God.
Okay?
Oh God. Oh God.
You almost got knocked out.
Are you okay? Oh.
Relax. I think you're behind me.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Oh. Oh.
Relax.
Oh.
Did you hit him in the head?
Yes. Oh.
Why would you stand right there?
Oh. Oh.
Out of all the places to stand at.
Oh. Somebody clip that. Oh God.
That was all my strength, dude.
We're headed to Louisiana.
Louisiana.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, hi. What are you? Let me move all my stuff. All my alcoholic stuff.
Alcoholic stuff?
Yeah. You don't drink, do you?
Well, you know, on occasion. But,
On occasion.
But, you know.
He looks like Dave from Catfish.
Well, I really appreciate you guys giving me a ride.
No problem. No problem.
All right, yeah.
Ready? There you go. All right, David, get up there.
I moved it. So I can see where you're at.
The dining room, yeah.
So, why are we looking at your dining room?
Because I think there's something wrong with something's off with it. I don't know if it's the curtains that I'm missing or.
Willie, you don't have any freaking curtains on it.
But I mean, maybe this.
Good now? Is it good now? Hi Marcus, hi JKB. Is it good now?
And since then, I got my home defense, which is this right here.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a homemade 12-gauge shotgun.
Nice.
So wow, audio sequence again. This one says you sound like a drug alien mob. Tip the stream service SC switch to BRB. Tip the stream service SC switch to live. S-Fire Scarlet says fax the audio. Hunter says good now. And Willie Wonka says I didn't take a relicate with me. Last EO Lab says hi relic.
Hunter, thank you for the resub.
Definitely 430 says your fan stinks. Pussy 494 says ask those city workers if they found them.
Moss Biolab, how you doing?
A few weeks ago. Nike says seat switch to fix. Stinky Pinky says her hair smells like live cake.
Live cake? What? What the hell is live cake?
Running Army 490.
Woodsy, thank you for the resub.
Green Boy Chris 46 says hi relic chat.
know we just got a tier 2 up in here. Kate did come in with the tier 2. Crazy Dicky, thank you for the follow. Can we get some hype for that tier 2? Let me try to fix mine. Kathy, thank you for the resub. Okay. Crazy man. GT, thank you for the resub. E. Kurt coming with the freaking 10 gifted subs. 10 gifted subs. Let's get some hype and show E. Kurt all that love. 10 gifted subs. 10 gifted subs. Can we get some freaking love? E. Kurt coming with the 10 gifted subs. Let's get some hype. Give him all that love. Talk about that sniffer. Talk about that sniffer. I think there's something caught up in my zipper. Caught up in my zipper. Caught up in my zipper. I don't know if I'm walking, if maybe I'm just a tripper. Oh, 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 oh. 10 gifted subs. Running the show. Let me make a post. Let me make a post. It's heating up, Stasio, just like a roast. That's gotta go get it now. That's gotta go get it now. Say that we moving now. About to come and shake the ground. Minnie says hello. Does Harbor Freight, is their bike hitch good? Let's get some oil change first. We'll get some oil change first. Because I know the oil change place is closed. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm talking about? Sweet Q, how you doing?
Happy God says I always see first time things.
E. Kurt. Hell Bill. Thank you so much for gifting that sub. I don't know why my freaking speaker's not turning on. Thank you so much for that Twitch Prime. It's not working. Why is it not connected? B-Doobie! Thank you for the resub. What is it connecting to? What? Oh my god, what is it connecting to? This is a clip 2, right? Clip 2?
underscore has subscribed for 29 freaking months. What a derelict chat.
Alistair V. 30 says nice tree.
What the hell? Alistair, thank you so much. I don't know. Alistair, thank you so much for the resub. I don't know why my speaker is not working. It's not dead. Is it connected?
Snowman Narcosicario says it's hot as my fault. Says my pleasure. Feisty Shrimp says laying grass now at this time of the year. Charty Pants 76 says morning. Relic Army 4 Life says welcome back.
I don't know why my...
422 says hello Relic.
I can't connect to the...
The clown says what's going on.
Chica, how you doing? Creeps, how you doing?
Club Alvin asks is the candy man open yet?
No.
Stinky Pinky says, Relic, you should jump from haystack to haystack. It would be great content.
Haystack? Where is there?
Siri Q says you still in H-Town?
H-Town, hold it down. Okay.
Kendall Hill 1 says, yo, good afternoon, Relic.
Good afternoon.
Maxwell Paxton yells, hey, Relic and Cart.
Hi, Maxwell.
Demigod says, sod stag. Creeps the Cloud says, new phone with this. Goth Girl 127 says, the Big Apple is baking.
Is it? The Big Apple is baking?
Snowman Narcosicario says, it's so hot my dog licked my balls.
Whoa, whoa, that's...
Lunacy 494 says,
that's,
709 5-star reviews and 248 4 stars. Like it must be good.
Like it must be good.
66,663 says, hi Relic.
Hi.
Sticky Pinky says, okay. Rastak. 77,002 says, morning killer and chat.
Killer.
Creeps the Clown says, want some apple dumpling from Ren Fair. You can go do. Crazy X1 says, it hiding from everyone today.
I know, we'll get a copyright strike. Can't play that. Can't play that. We will get copyright strike.
Ian 13 says, Olive Robin Pro. Stinky Pinky asks, did you just put the wipers on your dam?
Huh?
Henry God says, you will anger the quick gods.
Yes.
Club Alvin asks, can we jump on Foss Green stuff over there?
Can we jump on what?
James says on Twitch. Rubber, no music.
Yep, no music. No music.
Crazy X1 says, Relic Snowman Narcosicario says, someone's trying to laugh. Robin Clem says, hi Relic. Courtneyman 85 says, hey Relic.
Courtney, how you doing?
Lucy 494 says, Relic needs the karaoke versions for Twitch.
They'll still hit you.
Says, Marcus.
They'll still hit you. Someone standing behind me, a large group of people, so I can't back up.
Snickers Dad says this parking content is the best.
Yes.
Courtneyman85 says nice and cool inside but got work to do.
Nice. Nice.
Robin Crone says, did you have a pig in the back of your van?
No, that was a screaming child.
77,002 says, Relic, can we shave our legs together for a summer?
I am not shaving my legs. What?
Gio says, trying to
Thank you for the
find
follow.
a good relic.
What?
Lunacy 494 says, GTA this fan. James says, yeah, you can even sing on Twitch. Courtneyman85 says, so bound to go out on the heat off my ass soon. Snickers Dad says, damn, that truck was parked close to the line.
Yep.
Ian 13 says, need backup boots for an official work van.
Beep. 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 Beep.
Cutesby 6663 says, what we doing today?
We're looking
Ian 13 says, stealthy work van.
stealthy work van, yes.
Carbarber asks, can we wax in the legs then?
No, we're not waxing our legs.
That's a nice horse trailer.
Yeah, it was.
Robin Crone says, what doing?
What doing?
Dad asks, so, where are we going?
We are
lunch?
lost. We already ate
Feisty
lunch.
Shrimp says, if your farts sound musical, will you get it?
Yes, you will.
96 TV says he waxes his legs, not shaved.
Oh my God.
S5 Scarlet says THT wasn't.
How are y'all addicted to legs?
Hunter says BRB Relic.
Okay.
Relic Army 4 Lighter says Relic, thank you for all that you do for everyone.
Thank you, Fortnite.
Robin Crone says, what you doing today? Courtneyman85 says, I'm looking for a metal fence to put around the RV for my fur kids can go outside and play.
Nice.
Snickers Dad says that was an early breakfast.
Early breakfast,
Club
yes.
Albert says, can we join ride that tractor?
Oh, Lord.
77,002 says, nice street legs and sexy.
Stevens, thank you for the 25 months.
Feisty Shrimp says, we'll do Best Buy. Austin Frederick says, lost against three legs.
I am not lost.
Courtneyman85 says, Chewie says, hi, Relic Army.
Hello? Hola. Okay, I have got to find a place.
Fly from Nilbog 2 asks, Relic going for a bikini wax? Chica 400
I imagine
says, where you going today?
Places over here are probably going to be...
77,002 asks, can we go back and get your magnet fishing rope back today?
Yeah, it's not going to be there.
420 says, hello, I am lost, please check the note pin on
We're
my
looking
shirt.
for a Harbor Freight.
Starshare says, have you had any more of that special tea lately?
No, I haven't, Stasio. Thanks for asking.
Dad asks, find a place to poop.
I am not pooping.
Courtneyman85 says, I ran into my husband's truck bed cover last night and knocked myself out.
That's not good. Not good. We need to find a Harbor Freight just to look at that.
You tuned everything 430 says, thought you were doing oil change first.
I am, but I'm going to also find a Harbor Freight. I think there's a place that won't have a lot of business.
Funhouse 420
I think there's one.
says, hello, Relic, hello,
I think there's one to the right.
Robin
maybe.
Crow says people are obsessed with your pooping roll.
They are.
Courtneyman85 says, I know the huge goose egg I set pretty high there.
Nice. What direction?
Snickers Dad says, if only you could use something called a map.
What's a map?
Funhouse 400
Model accreditation program.
Ian Kieran13 asks any luck with the bamboo mess.
Nope, not yet.
Starcio says Relic is going to get his oil changed for the long lizards.
Oh my god.
Aussie 1962 says we write screen throws.
Oh no.
Courtneyman85 says Relic only knows one direction, that's in circles. 77,002 asks, do we know where the Harbour Freight is?
Yes, there's one over here down the street.
Aussie 1962 says him back.
Back again. Guess who's back? Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? I've created a monster.
Mavicha64 says Harbour Free Ice is by the water.
Okay. Nice.
Robin Crow
Very good.
says it's still 100 in Texas.
Close to it. Yes.
Java Stout asks Relic we antique hunting.
Currently, no.
Paranetti says hello, sir.
Hello, Paranetti. How you doing? You having a Gertie day?
77,002 asks how close is the haunt to be in October? Robin Crone says dusk.
How far is the haunt?
Beanie says hello, Relic.
Hello, Beanie. How you doing?
77,002 says 110 Robin Crone.
110 heat index. It's warm.
Lunacy 494 says he's taking the crack in the windshield for a ride.
Wow. Okay, so I think up here on the left.
Says hi, Relic.
Pittsburgh girl, how you doing? I think up here on the left is what I'm looking for. It's either this street or the next street over. We didn't F in that area. We always F in that area.
Snickerstan says this is not a turn lane. It's nothing like a turn lane. Lee197744 says hi, Relic. Hope you're well.
Doing good, Lee. Hope you're having a good day. A Gertie day. Gertie day. A Gertie day. Gertie day. Everybody knows the name of my van. My van, my van, my van, my van, my van. Oh, my van.
Snickerstan says on. God.
Three connections. Well, that's my Ethernet.
Alamander70 says name of my band is Freakin'. Snickerstan yells police.
My Nighthawk already overheated, y'all. It's hot to the touch. That's crazy. We haven't even really been outside. And it already overheated. That's Texas weather for you. Even in the air conditioning, your equipment overheats.
Snickerstan asks, can you remove the battery?
Delicious. Yeah, I can remove the battery. I probably should go ahead.
One says, how are you doing, Relic?
I'm doing great. How are you? I should probably.
Says, wow, that is crazy. It's 89 bigger than the 60 tonight.
Man, that's nice.
Lunacy 494 says, let's turn.
I wish we had that weather here.
Funhouse 420 says, tie a small USB fan to the unit. Snippet Dad says, not a good idea to charge all the woman.
Yeah.
Funhouse 420 says, double bed snippet.
Firefighter Fritz 1974 subscribe for 53 months.
Firefighter Fritz, thank you for the 53 months. Okay, I think it's on the next street over. I don't think it's on this street. We'll make a U-turn and go to the next street. Because it's not far, it's not down this far, the place I'm looking for. Yeah, there's New Harvest Church. So it's got to be the next street over. I'm not lost. What makes you think I'm lost? Not lost. I'm just taking the scenic route. Big difference.
19774 says been in the high 60s here in UK for the last few weeks.
Wow.
It's nice and cool.
Nice, nice.
Henry God says it's 58 and rainy in Alaska. Try one up here.
58. Wow.
1962 says winds yesterday and the day before was 60 miles an hour. Took trees down on power lines, took out power.
Damn, that sucks.
B says always lost, always goes the wrong way or too far.
Nope, not always.
That says cause you're not at Harbour Freight.
Not always.
Funhouse 420 says wanted someone who knows directions. Robin Crone yells, that's my purse. Snippet's dad says distracted because he didn't shave his legs this morning. Whiskey Pack 44.
What the hell? Kind of freaking. What the hell kind of comment is that?
Lucy 494 says it might be the next street or the next or the next.
Yes.
Relic Army 4 Life says.
Oh Lord, y'all are something else, I swear.
Crazy Vix 1 says, Relic, you are always lost.
I am not always lost. Ooh, garage sale.
Funhouse 420 says no shade.
Garage sale 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Where is it at? I like garage sales. You never know what you might find.
GLTGT0475 says we are not lost, we are exploring.
We're exploring. There you go. We're exploring.
It says to smoke. Funhouse 420 says let's get smoke dropping.
Smoke dropping. Nice neighborhood over here. Very nice, very well manicured, nice green grass, beautiful trees.
Crazy Mix One says you did admit it for the emote we can use when you were lost.
Wow.
Relic Army 4 Life says Relic is never lost.
Never lost.
D197744 says you get lost more than anyone I know, to be honest.
I do not get lost.
494 says never seen a garage for sale at a garage sale.
We take a scenic route.
Trying to find the next part to grill a meal amongst used cars.
Wow. Wow.
Robin Crown says I imagine that's what your neighborhood looks like.
I wish. I wish. Oh, they got a leak. Somebody sprung a leak. It's coming from under that light pole. What the hell?
Blaze 78 says Relic Army, brother Relic can't think or be happy without you having a smooth, nice shaved and white legs already.
Jay Blaze, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? lots of shade. They got some big trees over here. Big old trees. Man, I do not remember it being this far to the next street. The next big cross street. This is a big neighborhood.
Dance is but 22 dog dance.
Huh?
QTB 6663 says the nutty professor. Feisty Shrimp says good thing we drive a hybrid.
Hybrid.
Snickers Dance says feels muted man. Dot says California stop. Zashimu89 says are you lost yet?
I am not lost. No. Not lost. We don't get lost. We just take the, scenic route. Okay, did I go too far? Nope.
120 cheers, 420 cheers. Snickers Dad says he's not lost. The building is.
The building is lost. True. The building is lost.
Harper 1989 says Relic is lost.
I am not lost. I know exactly where I am. I am by 50-mile-an-hour speed limit sign. Name of my van, my van, my van, my van, my van, my van, oh, my van.
Twitch is having issues.
Twitch is having issues?
Says we need Relic driving camera.
About right. About right, Twitch having issues.
Lost to you all amazing, awesome people.
Okay.
Chrome Yells cookout is still on today.
Nice, Robin. Enjoy.
Snickers Dad says we've only passed at O'Reilly's 3 times.
We have not passed it 3 times. We have not passed at O'Reilly's 3 times.
One asks you know why 6 is afraid of 7, but you know why 10 is afraid.
No, I don't. I don't know.
As he's on the road. Crazy X1 says it's between 9/11. Says Relic is singing a lovely song about his man.
No, van.
So lost. Zashimu89 says when next abandoned build.
Next weekend. Next week. We'll be heading to the abandoned.
Relic is following the map. The map for Kansas City.
Kansas City. The map for Kansas City.
Floyd's Fork says just at learn driving around in circles.
Not circles yet.
Crazy X1 says Relic is always honest.
I am not.
Masterson says hello teacher, been here for my 3rd drone flying class. My 3rd drone just came today.
Nice. We're gonna lose that one too.
And I like you back.
We're gonna lose that one too.
Hunter says back.
Welcome back, Hunter.
C404 says Relic's circles turn into figurines.
Wow.
Bassenson says prefect, been really getting used to seeing the trees.
Good, good.
Hunter says time. Heavy God asks,
Welcome back, Hunter.
did something happen to helicopter?
No. I mean, lots of things happened to it, but it managed to survive.
95.5, 95.5, 95.5.
95.5. Y'all know about that 95.5.
Henry God says
Okay. That's a different Walgreens. That is not the same Walgreens. They just have a lot of those here. CVS, Walgreens, they got a lot. Not the same one.
Says we're definitely lost.
We're not.
Says so.
Sir.
Lunacy 494 says placed a magnet fish on the right.
Placed a magnet fish,
Says
yeah.
maybe it's the GPS. We have been looking for this place for 30 minutes now.
30 minutes.
Feisty shrimps.
Y'all got somewhere to be?
Same address.
Y'all got somewhere to be? Y'all act like y'all... Look at those plants. They just did all those plants.
Isms says I know the area. Relic
Look-
definitely just went in a circle.
Look how they're perfectly planted on this hill. They are spending a lot of money on this landscaping and giant pears on the side of the road. Everybody knows the name of my band. I lost signal. Losing signal.
Lunacy 494 says Relic should ask Houston to give us a tour guide on the weekends.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Thank you for the resub, whoever that was. Y'all still there? Did I F? Did I F? Hello? Have a lurker. Thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate it. That was delayed. I think I'm in an area of bad service. Hello? Oh no. Oh my God. I can't believe that just happened. Oh, I can't believe that just freaking happened. Oh my God.
We ordered 2 of the McGangbangs.
2 McGangbangs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever tried the gangbang? Yeah.
Are they good?
You like the gangbang? Yeah, gangbangs are great. He
Yeah,
says. He
gangbangs
likes-
are great.
You love gangbangs. Yeah.
What do you guys,
This is our first time having the gangbang.
is it like a house?
It's a
Yes,
haunted house.
we're a haunted house. Yes.
Oh, wow, where's this located?
We're located by Pearland, just south of Houston.
Does it run all the time, or?
It feels like it, but no. We're
Are we working now? Hello? I travel the world and explore all kinds of different places. So we're just checking out the building.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm alright.
Yeah, we just travel, explore different things. How you doing?
Alright.
Clean says,
We good?
Jules decides he needs to say something loud.
Snickers dad says scene switched to lost in a van again. Donut thief says yay.
Jules says yes better.
Robot coffee chef says meow. Potty Harry Zero says good now. Harper 1989 says Relic was so lost that he became a robot. Snowball 1170 says good.
We good?
Lunacy 494 says it's good, Mr. Tlur.
Good.
Each and everything 430 says I getting car sick. Hunter says was talking to sign-ups about it yesterday. Your audio crate please.
What the hell? Did we just F again? Hello?
You taking this? Listen, Ryan,
Hello?
double on city and cigarette line.
Oh my god. It must be the area. That's all I can figure.
Going to the oil change. We're good again.
Huh?
Hunter 11 says we're here only.
We're here? Okay.
Hunter says cigar most prom.
What?
Each and everything 430 says are we a nice neighborhood crowd. Obscured one says nice homes. Big Biden says rich people don't like cell service. Sir Indica says TTS is having a stroke. Snickers stat. Coincidence? And it goes out. Screw it. TX Geocator Sim says TTS overdose. Steven Zoa.
Hello?
Austin Frederick. Biden says national.
The fighter says what?
Karen.
Karen? What do you mean, Karen? Is there any what? I might have to restart. Is 2Def here? 2Def, can you check the freaking TTS? Two Def, are you here? Hello?
Hi, Relic.
Hi, I don't know who that was. All I got was hi, Relic.
Stats say. Oslo?
We had none of these issues on the other platform. We come over here and everything starts going to crap. I think it's this area. Once we get out of this area, it's got to be the freaking signal. Thank you for the sub.
Apostrophe S underscore hot assistant.
Wait a minute, where the hell did this gas station come from? What? Is this gas station new? Okay, I'm confused. Are we on the freaking robot now? Oh my god. What is happening with the stream? Oh my god. Are you serious right now? Is it robot?
Twerk it! Twerk it! Twerk it! Twerk it!
Freaking ridiculous. Where am I? I have about had it with this freaking technical TTS robot voice. Nothing freaking works. We never had these problems like a month ago. I don't know what has happened. My equipment is the same. It's not on my side. I mean, well, the cell service might be on my side, but Synapse said the problem is with LiveView servers that my LiveView Solo is connected to. They made some changes to their servers, and it's screwing up my bit rate and my audio. It's not on my side. It's on LiveView's side. And I can't do anything about it. It's the server. You know? It's the freaking server. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's just a freaking server. I can't force LiveView to fix it. Like, you know, I'm one of very many thousands of streamers they have, but they know there's an issue. They're trying to work on it, but no, freaking frustrating. Too Deaf, where the hell are you? I need you to fix the TTS. We may have to go back to the other TTS. This is just...
Went to sleep, said he.
Huh? What? Oh my God, this is so frustrating. I have no way to know if we're on robot voice or not. We have to have this fixed before next week's trip. I'm not going to be having this happen the whole freaking trip.
Tapitas.
What? Lupitas.
Voice stuck. If where are you? Well, there goes whatever connection we had just went out. I just lost something. I don't know if we're live or not live. I don't freaking know. It's very frustrating. We sit here and have no problems. We come over to Twitch and it's like all hell breaks loose. Crazy. I'm gonna just get completely out of this area. I don't know what's going on. Let's get down the road and get away from here. I can take the long way around to go to Harbor Freight on the other side.
Demons ship
Says we can go back to
Go back to other TTS relic for Twitch.
100 demons, think about 100 biddies.
Says down the road again.
Oh, now it's working. Billy Boy Bandit, how you doing?
Snickers Dad says long way to I think this
Zero.
is already the long way.
Okay, are we breaking up again?
Ram Jammer asks where we going today.
Oh my God.
Calsop12 says what day?
Zero
What doing?
is subscribed for 8 freaking months.
Zero Moosepok, think of it at 8 months. I think we're getting in a better area. We just had to get away from all that crap over there.
Down South says what is happening. Van from the Van asks, did you really just drive 30 miles to go find?
Shout out to Captain Rob, how you doing? I did not drive 30 miles to go 5. I'm just... I was trying to get signal.
Says things have been broken.
I was trying to get freaking
Hunter
signal.
Says 2 deaf not here, so nothing getting fixed down south. Nicholas Ford says hi relic down south.
Nicholas, how you doing?
Snickers Dad says 55 minutes of not lost content.
I was not lost. I was trying to find signal.
Says yeah.
It's working now.
Down south says oh got you at Hunter Demons. Axel Rock says 2 deaf can't hear your pleas for help. Spunky Squirrel 64 says 95 to 5.
95.5.
Diesel says no sniffer.
Thank God it's working. Holy crap.
Relic mate, what are you up
I was
to
about
today?
to end stream. I was about to straight up just...
Says I was beginning.
I was about to just end stream because
asks we got a plan, bruv.
we're trying to get oil.
Snickers Dad says Karens never admit when they're lost.
I am not lost. I was about to just say screw it because nothing was working.
494 says the signal was lost, not relic.
Signal was lost.
I don't think chat will believe that.
Yes. All this construction, I swear, just nothing but freaking construction. I need to switch lanes. This lane,
she says you need to oil yourself.
This lane is way too rough.
Evil Trade says help, we are up.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Scarmonga79 has subscribed for 30 freaking months.
Scarmonga! Thank you for the 30 months.
Brother. Happy Saturday at Relic.
Catafago, thank you so much.
Unsigned Metal 2023 says Relic gets lost in his backyard.
Man, that was frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. Good Lord. Robot, freezing, be right back screens, TTS, freaking...
Lunacy 494 says Relic just moved to Houston and doesn't know where anything is.
Wow. You got jokes. You got jokes.
Calsub12 says no. Snickers Dad says switching lanes, Karen. No. Camping in the passing lane, Karen.
This isn't a passing lane. If you've noticed, nobody's passing on this stuff. Bumper to bumper traffic. I just don't like that lane because it's full of freaking holes. It's rough. But I'm about to have to switch over.
Diesel says I would have been here earlier, but I was busy driving in a circle for an hour.
Oh, you got jokes now. Everybody's got jokes about driving in circles.
Hunter says sent you on Twitter, Relic.
I'll check it when I stop.
Relic Army 4 Life says the robot voice starts when the stream late.
Yeah.
Axel Rock says roads are either under construction. If they are not, then they are full of potholes.
Yeah.
Snickers Dad says he's not lost. He's just using the map for Kansas City again.
Bob says, should I put cheese on my tortilla chips?
You should put cheese on your tortilla chips.
Says get some oil in the cookie for your robot Relic. Lunacy 494 says, can we go back to driving in the circle somewhere?
I wonder what they're building over there.
Street.
They're building a McDonald's and I think a Whataburger, if I'm not mistaken. Building a McDonald's and a Whataburger.
64 says, what is Twitter? I only know of X at Hunter Demons.
PMG says those are nachos low.
Nachos. Not mine and not yours. Nachos.
Or not.
Nachos and not mine. Building a big HEB over here, that's going to be nice.
Snickers Dad says he's not lost. He's just testing the fuel tank's capacity.
Oh my God. What the hell?
Ice Cube 1964 says Relic wasn't driving in circles.
Testing the fuel tank's capacity. Yes.
Hunter says kept running chill 64. Lunacy 4
oh my God.
Says don't forget the Dollar General in between the McDonald's and Whataburger.
Yep, Dollar General.
Rotten Pigs says here everything's better.
Here everything's better, yes. Get away from all that craziness over there. We've had bad signal in that area before, but man, it's never been that bad. I don't know what was going on. What's so crazy in that spot we were just at, there's an AT&T store, and you can't get any service with your AT&T phone anywhere near the AT&T store. It's a dead zone for AT&T. And they built the store right in the middle of an AT&T dead zone. I don't know if that's good for sales.
Lewis C494 says rain clouds. Oh no.
We don't want no rain clouds.
Snickers Dad says camping in a passing lane doesn't get you there faster, Karen.
This isn't a passing lane.
PND says coffee that makes a lot of sense for
Life in the fast lane. Na 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 na. Life in the fast lane.
Relic Army 4 Life says Relic never gets lost, he just episodes.
Episodes.
Robin Crow says even dark clouds.
Dark clouds, yes.
Snickers Dad asks, when did they open the harbour freight in Belgrade?
I don't know, they need to. That would make life real convenient. Delicious.
Feisty Shrimp says Rep Randy Meisner. Down South says 5/10.
PND says, is it bad to have ice cream cake for brunch?
5 out of 10. Shout out to Down South. Shout out to Potty Mouth. Come on. Is that a stealth van? There's another freaking stealth van coming.
Each and everything 430
Oh man,
says no at Potty.
that's 100% stealth van. I see the AC on the roof.
Says hello O'Reilly's for the 6th time.
Oh, it's got a freaking awning. It's got an awning on the outside of it. Ooh, that's an expensive freaking stealth van. They waved back. Okay. That was an expensive one. That's one of the ones that comes built like that already. They didn't build it themselves. That's a big money one right there. You're looking at $100,000 plus for that van.
Biden says Rochim for pigs. BOT literally went past the place 45 minutes ago and we were just turning back. How are we going this far? Ha ha. Henry God says Van Club member.
They have no customers. So somebody should be walking
Snickers
out.
Dad
Huh?
says this looks nothing like a harbor freight.
They have no customers. Howdy. I just need a
Down
little change.
South says Roger that PMT.
Okay.
Beanie says this is where Alec gets his loot. Snickers Dad says
So-
lost.
So don't
Henry God says they spelled car wrong. Whiskey Pack 44 says Relic needs to lube up.
they have no customers.
Relic Life got better when I found the Relic Army.
Thank you so much, Fortnite.
Robot Coffee Chef says this looks like a fun place to dance at.
PND says that means we get it and have fast low.
You would think, but they're not like
going in for a loop.
they're not even coming this direction. The guy just came from the bottom over there that changes the oil. He doesn't look too happy to do anything. There's literally no one getting this is an oil change place and no one's getting an oil change. That's not a good sign.
House up 12 says Luon.
Not a good sign,
says, here comes the lot lizards. You're also interrupting his phone.
Interrupting his
says Lubic Relic.
Lubit.
Feisty Shrimp says so far a bit slow. It's siesta time for them.
Siesta time.
Xenia 3 service.
Let me try to put y'all on a different.
Robot Coffee Chef says lunch break, I guess.
Let me try to put y'all on a different thing.
Befiden says hopefully
Okay.
you don't do a half-assed job. Each and everything 430 says so we found the oil change place because we got lost. Oh, Miami asks you better find a greasy monkey.
You want to grab your wallet?
Says Lon.
Yeah.
Club Artman asks are we getting lube? Rotten Pigs says since they can't
There we
spell
go.
quick car you really want them changing your oil.
PMD says, stranger danger.
Snickers Dad says yeah. Grab your wallet. It's got $400 in it. Leanne's been 77 says lift it up and lube. Beanie says
What are
look
they
at the van.
in? That's
Snickers
crazy.
Dad says hi.
Yeah, they talking.
Yeah, don't listen to them. Don't listen. They're just,
430 says help we've been
I was pointing my middle finger at them.
Yeah.
41 says extra loop please.
Where's your
It's right here.
Star Sheo says what outfit is wondering
Right there.
Calcium
Yeah, let me
12
grab
says
my
he's
phone.
sarcastic. Samson Zoo says filter is dirty and needs to be changed. Also your cabin air filter could use a change as well. Hemi God says Lord.
PMD says, haha.
Everyone hiding. Lunacy 494 says 400 pesos is all that's.
Let me try to switch y'all to a different.
Alistair Fiend says take 5 is nice, you don't even have to get out of the car.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to switch y'all to a
The
different.
van says okay. It wasn't 5 miles. It was 7.8.
7.8.
Club
Okay.
Arbor shaving Bob's legs too. Xavier 311 said let's make sure they check the blinker fluid.
Blinker fluid.
You'll
Huh?
need it next time you're not
Yeah.
lost. Mrs. Rock Paper COVID said or get up. Feisty shrimps are in Mexico. Oh, Miami asks has a key? Beanie says can't open the hood. Start. Leanne's been 77 says the toilet needs to be emptied. Austin Frederick says daddy he licked our food. Dad asks do chick.
Well, these are the top side filters. So these are the top side filters.
Spunky Squirrel 64 says nice getting it worked on.
Oh, is that watermelon? Is that freaking
Bifiden
watermelon?
says licking the dipstick is not how you
Please
tell
tell me
the
that's
age of the
watermelon.
oil. Snickers Dad says change the oil on this older the van. Xavier 311 the wheel from here. Oh, Miami says check blink at Linker fluid. Each and every 130 says I can't see. Relic says Skewett. Down south says Skewett. Cole Tipple says this is my no square. To repairs, I only trust one place with mine key. Relic yells great. Y'all pissed the oil change. The is 187. Hunter says why he pissed off Relic. Axel Rumk says he still has winter air in the tires, need to 992 asks why is he has been 77 says someone beep the horn. Snickers to be on. Nicholas Falk asks, do we get a free oil filter? Beanie says he put his middle finger up at Uslamau. Bifiden says, does he have the elbow length gloves for your oil change? Relic says kek. Down South says kek. Slapshot 41 says nobody even said anything bad lol. Oh Miami says Relic for chic. Phoenix Commander 28 says hello Relic. Neans Beans 77 says beep the horn. Alistair Fiend says keg. Nshu says let's go Relic. Paronetti says, is this the place where you can get sexual healing? Nicholas Falk asks, did you panic when he put the gloves on? Bifiden says dirty hood. Snickers Dad asks, does Relic use WD-40 or KY jelly? Oh Miami says I'm feeling voludated. Relic says Lordy. Crispy 1421 says hello everyone. Lunacy 494 asks, why won't Relic stream himself bent over? Beanie says Relic saw the huge loop sign so he got all excited when they put gloves on. Neans Beans 77 says hello. Relic says that had no clue the van was a diesel. Relic says they. Star CEO says the lot lizards are in the back, not under the hood fellas. Xavier 300 please make sure his flux capacitor is fluxing. Relic says not looking good lol. Sevens Hot says wrong place to go to. Down South says taking bets if they have to Google how to add oil to this van. Kate did 1992 says oh boy. Bifiden says what's a diesel? Lunacy 494 says looks like those guys have never changed oil in a Clernmobile. Snickers Dad says hi employee. We're lost. Can you please give us directions to Harbor Freight? My Big Chill 64 says is that sugar they are using. Floyd's Fork says not happening. Beanie says they couldn't even open the hood mate. Relic says already ate at Nshu. Obscured One says Jiffy Lube. Sir Indica says Relic likes when strangers play with his dipstick. TX Giocator Sim says these guys will try to pour motor oil through the dipstick tube. Snickers Dad says Relic is bombing their plumbing for revenge. Xavier 311 says oil plug will be found later in their pocket while searching for gum. Snickers Dad says smoking near gasoline is 40 IQ. Lunacy 494 says they charge double it takes more than a quick. Hunter says did you see the Twitter message I sent Relic? Bifiden says hand gestures don't look promising. Oh Miami says oh ho oh 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 my god. J Warrior asks, is Relic pooping? Snickers Dad says, how many cigarettes does it take to change Clern Van oil?
PMD says oh.
Obscured One says, did the van throw a rod? Van Girl says, this doesn't look good. They bring in a third guy to change the oil. 77,002 yells, sorry guys, Relic is pooping right now. He will be back with us shortly. Please stick around for some more amazing content. Lunacy 494 says, they're wondering why he uses a butt plug for the oil plug. Oh Miami says, oh no. Plasma Sponges says, Whiskey Pack 44 asks, do they charge by the hour? J Warrior yells, sorry guys, Relic is pooping right now. He will be back with us shortly. Please stick around for some more amazing content. Hemigot says, lol what? Snickers Dad says 77 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 777 trillion 777 billion 777 billion 777,007. Xavier 311 says, Sir, this vehicle takes soil, not Modelo. Platin 916 696 octillion 999 sextillion and 69 quintillion 696 quadrillion 966 trillion 969 billion 696 million 969,696. Obscured One says, 3 guys in the pit. Robin Crone says, that was funny, the LLLL. Down South says, mods timed out Urbedy.
PMD says, that's it, Down Souths.
Oh Mike 40. Hunter says, stay in timeout in the naughty corner chat. Hunter says, Kek. Down South asks, Soa, how's it going chat? Down South asks, everyone good? Down South says, I'm going to see an Elton John tribute band tonight at the casino. At Potty Mouth Donna.
PMD says, it's going amazing at the Down Souths, haha.
Hunter says, it goods down south, you are ha ha. Down South says, good to hear mods. Life is good.
PMD says, yeah it is.
Gale TGTA 0475 says, Kults Kek. Snickers Dad says, Steply Cold, show a step. Boops Mum says, Relic, my mum Mary Ellen says, hi and what doin'? Hunter says, why everyone so quiet today?
I can't get the filter next door.
Down South asks, remember when Jack used to spam weird stuff? Down South says, like cool.
where the keys at, bro? Y'all know where the keys at? Where are the keys? Where'd you put them? Does he have them? Oh, he's back.
Down south says, oh, he's back. Quick hide the blunt.
Oh shit, he's back. Oh shit. Hey, yeah.
PMD says it's over there.
Snicker Stevely Cock Steadley. Robin Crone says LLLLLL. Robin Crone says that sounds like a goat. Cactus Chillers says Cooksu Expo. Down south says stay clear of Gatorade bottle with mystery liquid.
PMD says it was put in a mode only, so the letters stopped being spammed.
Is this stream? Y'all are some weird people. Y'all are cool though, not weird in a bad way.
Thank you.
No problem, no problem. I don't know if they hurt me by calling weird, but
Yeah, they're used to being called weird. Finally got a ride. So they didn't change my oil.
Hunter says you're wearing too.
PMD says you have no idea wrong.
It's a Mario says we are weird. Down south says oh hi streamer.
Yep.
Each and everything 430 says we own weird.
They did not change our oil.
Kid did 1992 says Cameron used to call us weird. Hemigod says oh. Bifiden says hi boss. Lunacy
I did not.
494 asks this guy wants an oil change. Anyone here know how to do that? Oh Miami says oh no my finger stuck in my nose hurts. Austin Frederick says help he's stealing us call police relic
subscribed for 18
Reflex 1967 NL2
Still Shade, thank you for the resub.
Nightwall 4207
I appreciate it.
The oil.
No, they did not change the oil.
He asks why not.
They said after all that time,
430 says why not.
after all that time, they decided to tell me they don't have my filter. Like, first they couldn't figure out what type of vehicle it was. They didn't know if it was a Dodge or a Mercedes because they saw a Mercedes symbol, but a Dodge symbol.
Austin Frederick says why no change oil.
Then they didn't know it was a diesel.
Lunacy 494 says relic welcomed the guy driving his van by
And
is weird too.
and so we have no oil change.
Says you passed 5 O'Reilly's while lost from I'm afraid heading which you provide stuff doesn't do it.
They said this O'Reilly did not have our filter.
1421 says hello relic.
They don't have our filter.
Stony 419 says hi relic hope you aren't
Hi.
but it sounds like you're having a leafy day.
It's okay.
Down south says they should have used van in chat. Nicholas Ford says Dodge Benz.
Yep. So we'll keep trying.
Haronetti says at least they knew whichever the engine was located.
He said that they couldn't get a filter. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
Amanda 70 says go to a Jiffy Lube.
He said they couldn't get our filter. He said they couldn't get our filter until 4 o'clock. And he's like, well, we close at 4, and that's just when we're going to close. So I said, could you just have it already drained and ready to go? And when the filter comes at 4, you just put it on and fill it up. He goes, nope, we close at 4. I'm like, okay.
Lunacy 494 says now we have to drive a few more hours to find an oil change place. Snickers dad says it's not like it took 3 of them to overnight.
I had to show them how to open the hood. They couldn't figure out how to open it from the inside. Alright.
Calsub12 says more. Feisty Shrimp says have to go to dealer.
The dealer is a nightmare too.
Crazy Vix1 says that is fucked up.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Feisty Shrimp says all Mercedes shop. But Miami says no wonder they have no customers.
Yeah. You rarely ever see an oil change place with no customers, right? Like, that's not very often. We just left the place. You could have peed. It's rare.
7 says maybe it was a good thing they didn't do your oil filter.
Yeah.
Plasma Sponges says agreed. Luna C494 says try Walmart's oil change.
Walmart, huh?
Baby says somebody told him about your people to
PNT says not firearms, Harbor Freight.
Yeah.
But Miami says Alice Devine says do the bad review.
I'm gonna tell you what blew my mind that I've never seen lately at like an oil change place like that, because they're surrounded by different oils and fuels and all kinds of stuff. Everybody was smoking and just dropping their cigarettes, and all the employees. I've never seen that at like a oil change place before. It was definitely different.
Felix Commander 28 says relic find a restaurant time hungry. Snickers Dad says yes. We want to TTS the Walmart mechanics.
Yes. This road has a lot of little bumps.
Says they should be shut down by the state. Jarvis Stout says relic I know what to do. Calsub says not professional obviously. Down South says sorry to break it to you, but those weren't cigarettes.
They weren't cigarettes. The guy on the right side was smoking a cigarette, because I know that mechanic was smoking one, because it was one of those really, really long, like the super long cigarettes. Now the other guy, I don't know what he was smoking. It wasn't a cigarette. I'm not sure what it was.
Snickers Dad says last time I saw many people smoking outside, so there was this haunted house outside of Houston. Nicholas Ford says there is safety since non-fake rules. Samsung Music says Virginia Slims. Down South says they look good for sure.
Good, huh?
Snickers Dad says it's
Oh no, now it's gonna freaking rain. Are you serious?
Crow says
Oh my god.
Gas before. That's crazy.
PNT says with a super long one low.
Yeah.
J Warrior asks hello relic, what doing?
FFEJ Warrior, how you doing?
PNT says of course it is.
Luna C494 says gonna need that kick windshield washer again.
Gonna need to kick windshield washer?
Feisty Shrimp says looked online, found your filter in Fort Worth oil change place.
In Fort Worth?
Goddess Enon says
yeah, he was like, yeah, we got a location that's got the filter in San Antonio. I was like, okay.
ALT GTA 0475 says Rain Karen. Unsigned Metal 2023 says it's hot, I want ice cream.
Ice cream, yes.
Dad says they didn't even give you proper directions to the Harbor Freight. By the way, the low fuel light is on now.
You made me look, but we're good. This thing doesn't use a lot of diesel, that's good. We could drive forever on a tank. With the trip we're taking next week, though, it's really long, and yes. So I just want to make sure we're good. Change the oil just to be on the safe side. Everything else should be good.
RC Hellman says next time buy the filter yourself and take it with
I should have. I should have. I should have.
Spunky Squirrel 64 says, Relic, how is Larry the Llama?
Larry seems to be okay. He's not on as many trips now because we're in the van. Larry doesn't like the van. He doesn't have the place
Snickers
to mount
says it
himself.
only took 3 employees to check the blinker fluid.
Yep, just 3. Just 3.
Me Carver Art says, sound like we need to go to the Riverwalk.
Riverwalk, yes. Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Well, I guess TTS is dead again. Oh, TTS, dead again. Thank you for the follow, Oxhorn. Welcome to the stream.
Aussie 1962 says, I'm having troubles with charging everything. I think my power supply burnt up FRPM power outage.
No good. Sorry to hear that. That is no bueno. No bueno.
PNT says na 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 na.
Okay, it's working. It is working.
Down south says it's where I stay.
Good, baby.
Dopefish she says, like what at Aussie 1962.
Good, baby.
Alamander 70 asks, have you tried Take 5 oil change plates?
I've never seen one.
PNT says it's fixed.
I've never seen a Take 5.
Below says Randy. Only Gumbo says yo.
Below, how you doing? Only Gumbo, how you doing? Did we get a raid?
Says Randy Rise.
Randy Horton, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a big shout out for Randy? Thank you so much for the raid.
South Houston.
Yes, thank you so much for coming through. Welcome everybody. Make sure y'all go check out Randy Horton. Another IRL streamer.
David Green 46 says, hi everyone.
Hello David Green, how you doing? All Cash, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Says, welcome sir.
Hope you had a great stream.
Says, hi Raiders.
Hope you had a good day.
Relic is just taking the longest route possible to Harbour Freight. Randy Horton says, whoop.
Whoop whoop.
Fredo Frog says, what doing?
What doing? What doing?
PNT PND says welcome to the Lost Advanced Stream.
I am not lost. I made it to the oil change place. Not my fault they didn't have my filter. It was a little sus that they had no customers, you know?
Each and everything 430 says we are lost.
We are not lost.
Sway 3TZ96822 asks morning at Relic what doing?
What doing? We're trying to get to Harbor Freight.
494 asks 10 Harbor Freights in and around Houston. Will we find one or get an oil change first?
No one knows. It's like a cliffhanger. Why is everybody so slow? It's like a cliffhanger.
1962 Stesgas. Scanring says FSG sus 1. Feisty Shrimp says it was a drug front. Down
Drug
South
front?
says
Yeah.
only a sus. Plasma Sponges says they could have made money.
They could have.
Reflex 1967 NL2 says
oh my god.
Charlie Pants 76 says if relative of bad luck.
Below, thank you for the follow.
Snippet Dad says relative just holding out for happy hour.
Months with Twitch Prime.
Hank Proudfoot, thank you for the 24 months with the Twitch Prime. I appreciate it.
Alistair Feet says take 5 Spanish trading.
Take 5.
Says that oil guy jumped in the van looking for the keys and said you were weird but we were cool.
Yeah. Y'all pissed the first guy off that pulled it up. He was like, they were talking crap. They were talking crap, telling me that I was trying to take your wallet. So I flipped them off. I was like, what? Like, what's even happening right now? He's like, they told me I was taking your wallet. So I flipped them off. I was like, okay. That's nice. I don't think they were accusing you of stealing my wallet. I don't think they were trying to accuse you of stealing my wallet. Just saying.
Plasma Sponges says Lamau.
Like, what the hell?
Snickers Dad says those 3 guys were lost. They were looking for your cigarette lighter. Cake did 1992 says real mature.
Looking for the cigarette lighter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Distillate
and he was the man. And he was the manager.
Down South says that's funny right there. I don't care.
The one who flipped y'all off was the manager. You don't want to go to that place and go like, I want to talk to the manager. He'll be like, F you, and flip you off. I would like to talk to the manager.
Cake did 1992 says man children.
Like, we get off at 4 o'clock. We ain't changing your damn oil. Alright, I'll go somewhere else. No problem.
Snickers Dad says he was pissed you interrupted his phone sex call.
Yeah, something going on. Man, I sure do love to eat at Kelly's. They have such good freaking food, but it's nothing but carbs. They have a freaking chicken fried steak and mashed potatoes with gravy that'll make you slap like 7,000 people in the face. It's so freaking good.
Asks, you know another place for oil?
Yes. There's one right here. I think Potty Mouth ate at this Kelly's before.
Nicholas Ford says 3 men and 1 pit long.
Damn, it's so good.
Feisty Shrimp says only 40 miles to Harbor Freight.
Fried fish and shrimp po' boy with fries.
PND says love Kelly's.
Ecos 1965 says can T drive Mr. Relic?
Of course you can drive.
C494 says doctor said you need to put on weight. Let's get one.
Happy tacos.
Scanrick says I changed my own Earl.
Change your own Earl?
Snickers Dad says, wow. We passed the candy at Bucky's.
Passed the candy at Bucky's, yes.
74 says Kelly's is great.
Beanie went there.
PND says yep, we did.
Did y'all get the chicken fried steak, Potty Mouth? Did y'all try the big chicken fried steak that they have? Do you see how big it is? It looks the size of a freaking car wheel.
Luna C494 says, oh yeah, Calvo. Vamos a comer those tacos.
And those tacos.
PMT says, of course I did. Both times.
Oh my God, you ate it twice? They also got a chicken fried chicken. They got a chicken fried steak, but they also got a chicken fried chicken that's good.
PMT says Smokey and his family went with us last year.
Nice, nice, hell yeah. Good old Smokey. Good old Smokey. Smokey and the Bandit. I tell you what. I tell you what.
Player 32 says, I was walking down the road this morning and first got hit by a violin, then a clarinet and then a piano. I think it was an orchestrated attack.
I'm walking here.
965 asks Relic, is there a crack on your window?
There's a crack, yes. Everybody always asks me about my crack.
72-ounce steak they serve in Amarillo.
Ooh, that's a big steak.
PMT
Snickers
says
Day.
next year we're doing Korean barbecue.
Amarillo by morning. Have you ever had Korean barbecue, Potty Mouth? Have you ever eaten it before? I'm sure up in New York, y'all have to have Korean barbecue. It's such a big city and so diverse. You have to have Korean barbecue up there.
Feisty Shrimp says, must have a nice crack. Down south says, Nikos can see the crack. I think he's good to drive.
There you go. He can see the crack.
PMT says no, I have not.
You've not? What the hell? There's got to be some good ones in New York. It's too big of a city.
Says, please fix your crack and stop exploding.
I can't help it. It's right there for everybody to see.
Exposing it.
Stop exposing it, Jim.
Snickers Dad says, best steak I ever had was Del Frisco's.
I've never eaten at a Del Frisco's.
1965 says, in Flushing, Queens, we have Korean barbecue.
Nice. Nice.
Here in Junauken says, we have a Korean barbecue and hot pot place on Long Island now.
Oh, wow. On Long Island.
I'm sure there is. But we don't go to the city well.
Oh, you don't go to the city. Okay.
77,002 says, New York is very limited on their dinner.
Really? I know when I went to New York before, I saw a ton of pizza places. A ton of pizza places and a ton of sandwich places. I don't know if that's like what, like it seemed like every corner had someplace selling pizza. And a lot of sandwiches. Like hoagies or whatever it's called.
Hello there, elegant everyone.
Hello, Grim Deviant.
666 says, what's up, Buttercup?
Hello, Z666, how you doing?
She asks Relic, when are you coming to the big city?
I have no idea.
Snickers Dad says, but for a chain. Ruth's Chris is good.
Ruth Chris,
Feisty
nice.
Shrimp Meals, New York City.
New York City.
BD74 says, we online go to the city for special reasons.
Nice.
PMT says lots of pizza places, delis, and bagel shops.
Yeah, I noticed that. Lots of like sandwich delis.
7002 says, Harbour Freight and size 600.
Bagel shops. Bagel shops.
965 says, and Starbucks on every corner.
I think that's everywhere with Starbucks and Dollar Generals.
Says, too bad you threw out and spoiled blooming onion.
Yep.
Make a nice snack until happy hour.
Nice snack, yes.
Luna C494 says, Relic goes to New York City for the salsa.
The salsa.
The Ansbeat 77 says, bags. 77,002 says, New York does not have the variety like Houston has when it comes to dinner.
I guess we're spoiled in Houston. Because Houston has some amazing places to eat, y'all. Like, so many freaking good places to eat in Houston. So many different types of food. And it's all so good. Guess that's why we thick down here. You know what I'm saying? We kind of thick in H-Town.
PMT says we went to Joe's in Houston too.
Nice. Joe's? Nice.
Axel says, I can stand in one spot in my city and there is 3 Starbucks within a block.
Wow.
Luna C494 says, or you're close to a border.
No.
KDL 300
What the hell?
Snickers Dad says the strip clubs are better in Houston than New York too.
Oh, Lord.
77,002 says exactly at KDL 306.
If I would want one thing in Houston, I would want something. If I could make one change to Houston, I would take that. I would take that.
I want a real Texas steakhouse so bad because of this stream law.
Oh yeah, we got good steak.
Texas Roadhouse.
If I could make one change to Houston, I would turn the waterway that we always go ride bikes and stuff on into like a riverwalk tourist area, kind of like San Antonio has. And I would make the underground mall open on the weekends and open to the general public, because that's a great place to walk around when it's super hot outside or it's bad weather, you know. I would make those two changes to Houston. I don't think Houston cares about tourism. They make so much money from industry and stuff. I really don't think they care a lot about trying to bring in tourists, but I wish we had a place in Houston where it was just a big tourist attraction like San Antonio has and New York and all these different places have. We really don't have that in Houston. We got NASA and things like that, but as far as downtown Houston goes, there's not a lot of like big tourism. Not a place to go people watch and stream, and even the streets downtown look like a ghost town most of the time, you know? But I don't think they care enough about tourism, because they get money from so much other things, so much industry and petrochemical and, you know, refineries and all that type of stuff. Like, I don't think they care about tourism. They don't need tourism.
Snickers Dad says, but you had the Astrodome alone.
Astrodome, yes.
306 says Los Angeles has top tier food. We're getting up there with the barbecue and pizza right now. Mojo 07 says tourism is big money.
They don't need it though. Houston is a very
for being unsafe.
Unsafe, yeah. Well, I mean, all cities have bad areas, good areas.
77,002 says it is a tax run. It's extremely dangerous.
Bad areas.
Lunacy 494 says you used to like eating at Gurandi's for chicken fried steak and their freaking good rolls.
Gurandi's.
Haunter of Many says hello, Relic.
Haunter of Many, how you doing?
Lega one asks Sly Gang. What are we up to today?
We're trying to get to Harbor Freight and trying to get an oil change, but oil change might be a challenge. If I see a O'Reilly's, I'm going to stop and try to get the filter. But I guess my filter is hard to get. I don't know. You would think an oil filter would be a pretty simple thing, but I guess even the oil filter is hard to find for these vehicles.
Xi 666 says saying oil again.
Oil? What do you mean? How you say oil? Oil filter.
Mojo 07 says Memphis is considered dangerous, but it's only as dangerous as you make it. If you're cool, locals will be cool to you.
PMG says everything about this van's been hard to get.
Yeah, everything.
Many says it's pretty warm today, nothing like Texas, I bet. Xi 666 says oil.
Oil
filter. Xi 666 says your. 77,002 says 110 heat index at Haunter of Many. Xi 666 says you're saying so.
Huh? You're saying so.
Gumba says Houston weather is so bad.
It's hot.
Xi 666 says oops.
Oops.
Whiskey Pack 44 says depends on how old the vehicle is.
Yep.
Haunter of Many says
Earl.
Beanie says the van is like the women Relic goes after, very hard to get. Austin Frederick says D.
Oh, Lord.
Xi 666 says oil.
Earl filter. Earl filter.
Xi 666 says Olay.
PMD says they're so hard Skitty isn't even trying anymore, lol. PMD says there.
We're taking the scenic route.
Says the quick car called. They want to change the spark plugs in your diesel fan. 77,002 asks, are we heading towards 45?
We're heading towards Broadway.
Crazy Legs 96 asks, is today the day for a shower stream?
No, that was last week.
Down south says there.
You missed it. That was last week.
Says pile high. Because 1965 asks when we go into Mexico again.
I don't know.
Austin Frederick says don't pass 30 parks places. Crazy Legs 96 yells damn it.
Yep, you missed it.
Lunacy 494 says Broadway should be the next street or the next or the next.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Stan says we're so lost. We're at Victoria's Secret again.
Oh, Lord.
Plasma Sponges says how far till the oil garage? Sushi asks Relic, when are you going to Cabo?
I've never been to Cabo. I think that's probably like a two-day visit because it doesn't look like a lot for me to stream there based on the research I've done.
002 asks Harbor Freight in Pearland.
Friendswood, I think. Friendswood. Probably Friendswood.
77,002 says Cargo is remarkable.
Yeah,
He says you can get an oil filter for your van at Walmart. Big Flight says, are we getting a new filter?
Oil filter.
1965 says, when will we go to the Alamo again? I like their storms and the water can.
Yeah, San Antonio's nice. I wish we had the way San Antonio has it in Houston. You know, the Riverwalk and all that.
Down
Houston
south says I do Tunicos.
Houston already has a Riverwalk, basically.
Mary Ellen says we'll do it.
They just have to build it out.
Crazy
Mary Ellen.
96 asks, what's the plans for today?
No plans. We're just trying to find an oil filter, get the oil changed. Nothing.
Many says, have you been to Salem, Massachusetts?
I have not been there. No, that's where the witch is, right?
77002 says Harbor Freight and waxing legs.
I am not waxing my legs. I am not waxing my legs.
Try calling the Mercedes-Benz parts at the dealership for the filter. Xi 666 says yes, come to MA.
MA.
Each and everything 430 says we lost. Lunacy 494 says Houston Riverwalk is where your magnet is.
That was not a Riverwalk.
Axel Rump says just let Aussie P on it. It will become a tourist trap.
What the hell?
Snickers Dad says the Horde already has a water park. It just needs to be built out.
I don't know if y'all know this little detail. Me and Ozzy both got kicked out of the Alamo. I got kicked out of the Alamo. He got kicked out of the Alamo. We're basically best friends now.
Charty Pants 76 asks, is this a test for next week?
No. Gizzlet, thank you for the follow.
Xi 666 says that's all I know about the Alamo. Aussie peed on it.
Yep. Hey, there's an AutoZone. Let me go in here and see if they have my filter. Let me see if they have my filter. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Asks, did you also pee at the Alamo?
Can somebody do exclamation mark van?
430 says, what did you do?
I was filming.
They
said no filming, no camera. Well, they said no flash photography.
Axel Rump says relic booked on it. Whiskey Pack 44 asks, why do you get kicked out of the Alamo?
Webley, thank you for the follow.
For the basement of the Alamo.
2000 Dodge. 2004 Dodge Sprinter. It now has.
Austin Frederick says Z.
It now has 152,000 miles, so we need to update the miles.
Asks, what's the part hash you need for oil filter?
Just an oil filter. I don't know the part number.
Lunacy 494 asks, Relic tried to flash chat at the Alamo. Down South asks, is it bad the dude who owns the van has to look up what he's driving? Woodsy Alamo, which is why he got kicked. Aussie 1962 says screenshot that Relic. Snickers dad says it has solar panels and air conditioning too.
PMD says right, it's down south.
Down south says likes Slay. Zai 666 says why the door sound like a chicken. Snickers dad says cause of the rust. $77,002 says needs some WD-40. Lunacy 494 says he never takes us inside anymore. Snickers dad says Relic drives the only automobile in Texas that has rust. Chicken man in a chicken van.
And I'm just like, okay. The next guy comes in.
Lunacy 494 says they think he's from California, so they avoid him. 77,002 says, did he take his chat phone?
I have got to tinkle. I have got to tinkle. I have got to tinkle. You have to tinkle too.
Says 2 hours later, still not at Harbor Freight. That's just down the road. Zai 666 says don't forget to buy the clown horn. South says up. Susiki 918740 says hello everyone. Nicholas Falk asks isn't it? Command edit. 77,002 says I wish chat could play those audio drops. Down south says Donna broke it.
They all steady walking, and you know they getting moving. Down and they steady grooving. You gon' look at the sky and
yo, I'm confused. Okay, does this look like an oil filter to y'all? Does that look right? I thought oil filters had I thought they had I thought they screw in, like.
Snickers dad says yeah.
Kendall Hill
77,002 says pick up some WD-40. Yes it downs. Donut Hole Sniffer says yes.
PMD says Lowlands down south.
10,000 mile filter.
Hope it does.
10,000
Always
miles.
lost, always confused. Each and everything 430 says no idea.
I've never seen one look like that
Yepat
before.
Stefan says depends. Some do and some go into a container.
Kendall, thank you for gifting that sub.
Suffering says looks like a fuel filter.
Yeah, it looks like a fuel filter.
Q918740 says hello at 2
freaking months.
Strikes of Blue, thank you for the resub.
Says that one goes inside of a cartridge.
Oh, okay.
Harry Light says new cars don't screw in.
Oh.
New invention.
Oh, okay.
Samson Puzu says large feeder. 77,002 says Artai at Potty Mouth Donna. Lunacy 494 asks how was the restroom in there?
I didn't use the restroom.
77,002 says make note of that.
Oh my god, stop.
Each and everything 430 says chat is an expert on everything.
Yes, they are.
Snippers
That's a little
says
bitty
Stone
Bucky's.
Temple pilots made great filters.
I have never seen a Bucky's that small before.
Cold Tipple asks Relic what is your favorite flavor of cat food?
Barbecue.
Zai666 says I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks that Lamau has Snickerstad. Nikos 1965 says goodbye AutoZone.
AutoZone.
Nicholas Ford says hope you've got a receipt.
I did.
Oh Miami says 2 points.
Get in the zone.
Jaw22 says hi Relic and chat.
AutoZone. Giard, how you doing?
Sinchu asks Relic, have you taken the ferry from Mazatlan to Cabo?
No, I haven't.
South says your van burps so much better than you. Snickers Dad says this is the third time we've passed the Bucky's and their candy. Zai666 says chicken door.
That's a little bitty Bucky's.
Cookie Monster says someone in Mexico is opening up an knockoff and they are suing them.
Oh, really?
Lunacy 494 says let's get some snacks for the oil change at Bucky's.
In Mexico.
Nasty Matty says Relic Army, how yeah.
Nasty Matty, how you doing? Stop it! Oh no. It won't turn off.
Charlie Kicksback says I just took the longest PP ever, it just kept going and going.
Nice.
Snickers Dad says $3.32 diesel. You need to fill up.
Yep.
Hunter says sounds like a dog Relic hard.
Wiggle, wiggle,
Cloud
wiggle.
Crow says I just got an ad about female razors. They must know you Relic. 77,002 says knock up Bucky's and
Gamecock, thank you for the resub.
Hey Relic and Army.
Zai666 says 7 ads GX.
7 ads.
Lunacy 494 asks is that the AC or the refried beans he had for breakfast? Charlie Kicksback says hello everyone, hello chat, hello Relic.
Charlie, how you doing?
Today, so we get to hang out.
There you go, Charlie.
Says,
Charlie bit me.
Type filter if you don't like that.
Charlie bit me. Charlie bit me. That really hurt.
Says someone in Mexico is opening a Mercado Plus off-brand version of Bucky's called Portugal. Charlie Kicksback says damn right I bet you I bet your finger apostrophe.
Stalker your mom, thank you for the resub.
Sniffer says I wonder what was happening.
Hunter Demons cheered.
X145. Says we're not lost.
So how many people is it going to take to change oil route on your capital?
Exactly. Hunter Demons, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the biddies. Delicious.
Crazy Vix 1 says it takes Relic an hour in advance auto parts.
I got in and out of the auto parts store pretty quick.
Wild 2 Deaf Tool here has turned up.
A wild 2 deaf to hear. Okay.
Gamecock Jojo says at 3 hours in a Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Whiskey Pack 44 asks working at the Horde today.
Later on, yes.
Each and everything 430 says I have to potty.
You have to potty. Now there's an O'Reilly's, of course.
Jimmy the Brush asks Solo Star how you keeping?
Shout out to Jimmy. How you doing,
Hunter
Jimmy?
says what time you call this too deaf to hear Keck. 77,002 says this is a 4-hour we are lost.
Can we get a shout out for Jimmy the Brush? Can we get a shout out for Jimmy the Brush, y'all?
Snippers Dad says let's go back to the quick car and give them the filter. For the content.
For the content, huh?
Charlie kicks back says you'll know that smell between your butt crack when you first wake up.
Yep.
Whiskey Pack 44 says howdy Jojo. Gamecock Jojo says hey whiskey. Iconic says this the dude that wear that clown mask all day every day.
All day, every day.
Iconic says sweet tooth.
All day, every day.
Crazy Dix 1 says it takes Relic 10 hours in Home Depot.
Home Depot.
Hunter says so glad you got your account back, Jimmy the Brush.
Yeah, Jimmy. Congratulations. I know that sucked. It pissed me off.
Laura Pearsley says my butt crack smells like roses.
Oh, well, there you go.
Snickers Dad asks why are we off-roading? Buttery Life says yo yo yo. 77,002 says we missed a turn chat. Charlie Kicksback says it doesn't really smell like roses. Wow, mine smells like coffee beans.
Coffee beans.
77,002 says we are lost. Down South says life is good at Jimmy the Brush. Whiskey Pack 44 says he even goes to his real job with the mask on. Snickers Dad says never been to a Take 5, huh?
Yeah, I got my filters.
That's not good for me. Whenever you move line moves forward a little bit, I'm going to go to the far right hand side. We'll get this in again.
Okay. Never been to a Take 5. No, I've never been to one. I've never been to one. I just happened to see this one when we were driving. The Harbor Freights is in the next shopping center, and y'all said Take 5, and I was looking for an oil change place, and boom, here's one right here.
Beat the tweet because they attached malware to the site I gave credit to at the end of it all. Hunter says turn off the TTS this time when you go in Relic. Snickers Dad says fourth in line. This should be good for 2 more hours of content. Oh Miami says Relic for van. 77,002 says Take 5 does inspections. You stay in your vehicle. Whiskey Pack 44 says Take 5 candy bars are good. Janda Clunder says a good oil change. Lunacy 494 asks do you get a discount for having your own filter?
I hope so.
Down South says taking bets how many cigarettes we see. 77,002 asks what's our battery status?
Let me check. We should be at 100%. It's been pretty sunny. We got some
Laura
sun.
Pearsley asks so Relic what does your butt crack smell like?
Lemon Pledge. Thanks for asking.
Down South says Keck.
Lemon Pledge.
Snickers Dad says ask them how much to change the spark plugs on your diesel van.
I don't want them to touch anything else. The spark plugs have already been changed whenever I got all my other work done.
Lunacy 494 says ask if they know how to open the hood this time.
Hood baby.
Nicholas Falk says that's one's down south long.
Nancy says Team Death was thinking for the last 1 hour down south he don't get it well.
Charlie Kicksback says Take 5 has always done a great job with my car. They just never spend enough time between my rear end of the car.
Crazy Clown Lady, thank you for the resub.
77,002 says long. Oh Miami says will they change the blinker filter too?
Diesel engines don't use spark plugs. All I know is whenever I had them change my stuff, I had them change the belts. I had them change that the water pump I had them change the thermostat. I had them change basically any and everything that they could possibly change while they were down there messing with all that. I told them to just change it all. Like, change everything. It was expensive. I'm not going to lie. But, you know, I didn't want any problems.
77,000.
My glow plugs are bad.
Snickers Dad says they do use glow plugs, however.
My glow plugs are bad.
Miami asks, guess not. Heart God says, yo, relic, remember me.
Heart God, yes, I remember you. How you doing?
Charlie Kicks Back says, God damn, I only got $25,000.
How you doing, Heart God? Isn't this supposed to be a 5-minute oil change? Is that like their selling point? Like
TMZ
5
says,
minutes?
hey, it's better than none. Charlie Kicks Back low.
Down South asks, sup relic, remember me?
Hood baby, yes.
Rezinup says, hey relic and relic army.
Rising up. Na 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 na.
Jack pints and you can change voice at Charlie Kicks Back.
Heart God says, I'm good, how are you?
I am doing great.
Hunter says, so this is the new stand to pee oil filter to cope with all the oil needs, keg.
Yes.
All finished.
But I didn't have time to fix my garage door opener.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
At take 5, we wash your car faster than you think.
All finished.
But I didn't have time to fix my garage door opener.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Take 5, the fast, friendly car wash.
Car wash? Car wash?
At take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
Oil change is done.
I didn't even have time to call and wish my grandma a happy birthday.
Oil change is done.
I didn't even have time to call and wish my grandma a happy birthday.
Unparalleled speed. Uncompromised comfort. Oh, not in the middle of a commercial.
There's always time for an oil change at Take 5.
Here you go, sir.
Unmistakably refreshing. Cold. Liquid. In a bottle. And it's free.
You're good to go.
Thank you. Take 5 oil change. Drive in, sit back, done.
At take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
Oil change is done. That was so fast I didn't even have time to finish knitting these sweaters. Oh well.
Cheese!
At take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
Oil change is done. Didn't even finish my coffee yet.
These commercials are so dumb.
Take 5. Stay in your
These
car.
commercials are so freaking dumb.
At take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
Oil change is done.
Huh. That was so fast, I didn't even have time to moonwalk over to the vending machines.
Why would you moonwalk?
No, that's just how I learned to walk.
He's walking his
Hey,
dog.
Frank. How you,
He's
Jackie?
walking his dog, moonwalking down the street.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad.
What a beautiful day for a walk.
Gorgeous.
Oh my God.
Take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
Oil change is done.
Gosh, I didn't even have time to stretch my legs.
Guess you have to do it at home.
Guess I'll have to do it at home.
Take 5, stay in your car, 10 minute oil.
These commercials are so dumb. Oh my God.
At take 5, you stay in your car because we're faster than you think.
You're all set. Hi, your oil change is finished. You can go now.
But I'm in the middle of watching my show.
She starts breaking her car. She just broke
Can you
the
fix all that stuff while I finish my episode?
She just broke her sunroof.
We only change oil.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
494 says at take 5, we are kinda fast, kinda.
Well, obviously it's taking longer than 5. Just saying. Just saying. More like take 50. New air filter faster than you can take a deep breath. Free tire check.
Cookie Monster says their website has $5 and $7 off on oil changes.
Really? Let me go to their website.
Charlie Kicksback says take 5 line-ass pieces of a small like take 30. Nightwolf 42077 says take 5 you stay in your car we are faster than you think I didn't have time to poop lol. Whiskey Pack 44 says we've been waiting in line more than 5. Lunacy 494 says probably trying to open the first car's hood. Kate did 1992 says yeah, if you aren't even moving in the line that's not 5 minutes. Donut Thief says maybe you'll have time to walk over to Harbor Freight.
Maybe.
Charty Pants 76 says so fast I didn't even know your ad scammed me. Hawk 26 says you're there on Saturday. Expect it to take longer.
It's taking longer than 5. That's okay.
Charlie Kicksback says we want a free oil change being longer than 5. Scaramanga 79 asks how many quarts does this van take? Would
I don't
it be
know.
cheaper to do it yourself?
I don't know.
Feisty Shrimp asks is this Starbucks? Laura Pearsley says I didn't know Lemon Pledge had a swamp ass flavor. Nicholas Falk says take 5 so fast I didn't get my flies undone. Snickers Dad says the only thing worse than Relic getting lost driving, it's Relic getting lost walking.
Yep, true.
Nikos 1965 says I think the tree just grew another 5 inches. Reformed Panty says I prefer my oil nice and long and free and at the dealership.
Oh Lord.
Each and everything 30 says this is another way he won't say we're lost trying to find Harbor Freight. Coffee Chef says you could probably cook a full meal in your van before you move.
Probably.
Luna C494 asks Senor, ¿por qué sus pantalones están mojados en el medio? Jack Fantasy asks hello, why are we hiding in a van?
So no one finds us.
Dad says do wipes rejected the Take 5 advertising agency pitch.
Yep.
Grim Deviant says we do it while you're in the car because we're that fast. Sounds like the same thing the lot lizards or ladies downtown walking the streets say.
Oh my god.
Mrs. Rock Paper COVID says if the product you are buying at the store doesn't scan it's free, right? Frozone 312 says hi Relic I am watching the Mexico trip on YouTube. Is there a certain order of which ones to watch?
They're just different days.
Cactus Chiller says S.
Cactus, how you doing?
Snickers Dad says move Karen.
You can watch
Diana
their...
Different says hello.
They're different days. Diana, how you doing?
Whiskey Pack 44 says it's only 102 in H-Town today.
Nice.
Diane Zaphant says in good meeting Burger King.
Burger King, nice.
Bassenmusson says blow the horn. Lunacy 494 says car ahead ran out of gas. Oh Miami says beep beep boop. Snickers Dad says Relic thanks for dropping 20 videos on last night. It clogged up my recommendations perfectly.
You're welcome.
Alistair Fiend says I think if you join their club on their website you get some money taken off your oil change. I think it did for me.
What are you doing?
Frozone 312 says I'm also gonna watch the Abandoned Dairy one too.
Nice, yeah, that's a good one.
Nicholas Falk says, do you want fries with the oil change?
Can
sir?
you move? They don't know how to move.
Oh, Miami says Snickers Dad says Karen.
Karen. I need to check my battery levels while we're sitting here. Check my battery levels. Would you like fries with your oil change? Alright, let me check my battery. How long have we been streaming today? Batteries.
Casual Gamer Bros says Red Rum. Basson says yeah, check the battery levels.
Red Rum. Red Rum. Alright.
Whiskey Pack 44 says it probably died. Frozone 312 says, and I saw the one where your magnet got taken.
Yeah, that sucks.
Bell asks, is Taylor Swift working in this car washing street?
Currently not. Currently not.
Says almost 2.5 hours.
PMD says 4 hours 20 minutes.
I hope my.
Says 2:21 since we.
Do y'all think my y'all think my roof is gonna get stuck on that freaking banner?
Says almost 3.5 total.
Okay.
Feisty Shrimp asks, it says small business program. Aren't we a small business?
Small business.
Basson says if it does, won't be a banner up anymore. Mac Nightmare says what up?
GMC Nightmare, how you doing?
Lunacy 494 says no, the banner should rip off. Oh, Miami says on the sex swing maybe. Mac Nightmare says pretty good. Plasma Sponges says it will take 5 minutes to take the banner down. Frozone 312 says, so what's your next out-town trip to when you go?
Next week we go to Kansas.
Snickers Dad says end stream before you make it to Harbor Freight. Satch. Next we won't get to work the third shift with Relic at the Haunt.
Third shift.
JP 4468 says of take we are so quick you don't even get chance to chicken nuts. Charlie Kicksback says 4 hours, 4 more hours to go.
No chance for chicken dance. Yeah, we've been going.
Says remove your collection of sex dolls.
We did 2 hours on Kick.
Basson says this is by far not a take 5 minute soil change.
I can't get out. I can't get out. They got signs that say please stay in your car everywhere. Y'all don't see these signs? Look. Please stay in your car. I can't. I swear to God. Korean barbecue?
Slapshot 41 says that's only when you're inside.
There we go.
Donut Thief says Cat Jam. Oh, Miami says you funny. Reformed Patty says scammed.
Scammed.
Mac Nightmare says Lamau.
Scammed. Scammed.
Dark South says if the manager here doesn't flip you off, I'm gonna be kind of
disappointed, huh?
Asks, can we go storm chasing while in Kansas?
Maybe.
Sonic Finn says sadly it's just the short version XD. Charlie Kicksback says I always help the people change the oil when I'm getting it done at Jiffy Lube.
Who's honking?
PMD says right if he's down south.
Bassenmussen says yes I'm only for when you're inside, so rerun. Snickers Dad says Relic forgot to change out of his kick merch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Clouth Crow says should be singing a song doing the chicken dance called Smell My Underarms in This Heat.
Yeah, exactly.
Beanie says still can't believe he called us weird.
Called you weird, yes. I can't believe it either. What a crazy thing to say. I can't see anybody thinking y'all are weird. So unheard of.
Bassenmussen asks what STP product is that?
It's a filter, oil filter. Extended life, 10,000 miles.
1965 says chicken in van would have been funny if the attendant saw him dance long. Henry God says oil filter probably. Clouth Crow asks take a deep breath.
Deep breath.
Whiskey Pack 44 says that honking is too deaf trying to get your attention.
Oh Lord.
PMD says I'm proud to be weird.
Snickers Dad asks how many employees smoking here?
No employees are smoking here.
Charlie Kicksback says so weird we like to smell our pigs and other pigs for free. Snickers Dad says they were going to change your oil, but then they got high. Bassenmussen asks you bring the filter you want, versus the one they normally put on? Clouth Crow says they were honking at your chicken dance.
Nice.
Heavy God says I just ran 4 Ely's for an air filter, mine was way overdue. Oh Miami says me no weirder than you learn. Frozone 312 says how many times were you offered drugs in Mexico Relic?
A lot.
Snickers Dad yells raid.
A lot of times.
Whiskey Pack 44
Rubs Adventures, thank you so much for the raid.
Turn your head and cough. Grim Deviant says it's only weird if you get a boner, if you know you know. Mama Lighthouse says howdy, Relic.hope all is well. Lando Cucrazian says Rubs raid Rubs.
Can we get a shout out for Rubs, y'all?
Rubs raid. Bassenmussen says while they are changing the oil, leave motor on, so we won't get hot. Snickers Dad says
I don't think you can't leave the engine running when you change oil, can you?
To get to Harbor Freight.
PMG says nice at Thor PSA.
Shout out to Rubs, thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it.
96 says hello Relic, how are you today?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Mac Nightmare says you going to out there today?
Going to what?
Miami says hands up. Charlie Kicksback says shout out to Rubs. Mama Lighthouse says howdy at Renato Chunks.
What happened?
You are doing well. I just woke up myself. Bassenmussen says long no.
Shout out to Rubs.
Snickers Dad says no. Fire 32 says hell no. Suffering says you can leave the engine running, kinda. Fire 32 says not unless you want a new engine.
PMD says does the Rubs raid come with tugs?
Tugs?
And Sushu yells let's go Captain Rob.
Oh Lord.
Renato Chunks says long time no see.
Where you been?
How are you?
Renato Chunks, how you doing?
Chatterdaclown96 says it's storming in NY Long.
James says haha at Grim Deviant.
Alpha Cat Zero says what the heck I have a Volkswagen and nowhere will do a oil change for me except the dealership.
Yep. GMC Nightmare, thank you for the biddies.
Says yeah please don't leave motor on, I was playing. Charlie Kicksback says rubbing and tugging and rubbing and tugging and rubbing and tugging at the 5 minute take 5 minutes rubbing and tugging and rubbing and tugging done have a good day sir. Chatterdaclown96 says we have a flood warning. Traveller says howdy homie. Renato Chunks says I am doing great. Howdy at Relic.
Been doing good.
C494 says Captain Rob versus Rob. Winner takes the adventure title. Me Carver Art says just put us all in back with the AC.
PMD says.
Oh, that's right. We do have the AC in the back.
Chatterdaclow96 says what's wrong, Relic?
Nothing. I was answering a text message.
Bassenmason says this is by far the slowest oil change in place.
It's 5 minutes. They change it faster than you think.
Says trying to learn how to behave myself at really not of chunks. Got lots of small projects done. The weather has been nice here. Very nice to see you at really not of chunks. Down South asks Relic, have you thought about going to SawCon this year?
I heard that
look at them rattle a snake in the dash.
Down south, I heard that you freaking were like the main guest at SawCon. That you were a big fan of SawCon. So I probably won't make it, but I know that it's like your favorite place to be. And so you know, I'm sure 2 Def will join you though.
PMG says hi at Frozone.
TMC, thank you for the biddies.
Down south says damn it. Yeah.
PMG says low.
Alistair Feed says happy National Wing Day.
Jockman, how you doing?
Don't forget Wingstop is giving away 5 free wings today, and Pizza Hut has 8 boneless for
5 wings. What? National Wing Day. I might go get 5 free wings.
Says the TTS sound like a relic when he speak London, UK.
London.
Donut Hole Sniffer says what you say about me.
What you talking about?
Jan Fantasy says long. Oh Miami says take a deep breath. Charlie Kicksback says what is a soft con?
No, he said SawCon. SAWCON. SawCon.
Snickers Dad says Zaxby's is Bogo Wings.
Anybody going to SawCon?
Man. Band from the Van asks, is SawCon something I would enjoy?
Captain Rups, SawCon these nuts.
Relic Army longest 5 minutes ever long. South says Keck. John Cole Sniffer says got M. Says ouch. Gafleg yells got M.
Oh man.
PMD says yeah, going to SawCon on Green 74.
Says the car has broken down, brother.
Oh my God.
Says he's some bitch. The Lighthouse says 2 Death Clip that. Beanie 74 says long.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Good one.
Hell yeah.
Laura Pearsley says Relic is a schmendrick.
I don't even know what that is.
Jan Fantasy says long. Henry God says damn Relic that was harsh. Down South says hook, line, sinker.
Hook, line, sinker.
Grim Deviant says SawCon D's nuts. Charlie Kicksback says is that a donkey out here? Me Carver Art says Capitan Rob is turning red.
Capitan Rob.
Lunacy 494 says Captain Rob could take that as an invitation into the van. J Warrior asks, are they going to grease your rear end? Cookie Monster says Captain Rob can't come back from that one. Joe Ockman says I can't hear nothing between my eardrums.
Oh Lord.
Mama Lighthouse says howdy, at 2 Def 2 here, hope you're having a good day. Beanie 74 says I forgot to tag you at potty mouthed on lol. Laura Pearsley says Schmedrick, Dorkenheimer, same thing.
What? What in the world kind of oil are they getting put in this car? It's like
Joe Ockman says Teflon's Virgin Gold sound like
y'all could have built the engine by now. Y'all could have built the engine by now.
J Warrior asks, has Captain Rob spent the night in the van yet? Ban from the van asks, how did I not see that coming?
PMG says it's gold oil.
Mac Nightmare says the good kind. Paronetti says a man who spends 3 hours every time eating complains when he has to wait 15 minutes for an oil change.
I think it's been longer than 15 minutes.
Mama Lighthouse says VW takes a special oil.
I think I'm going to just go hang out.
Expensive.
I think I'm going to go hang out in the back.
Carbonate says that not even up. Is it? Colin Robinson 11 says they didn't leave the engine running so it took longer.
Oh.
Hammy God says super synthetic 0 watts minus 20. Relic Army 4 Life says take 5 means it will take 5 hours, not 5 minutes long. Cookie Monster says they closed the hood and reopened the hood. Mama Lighthouse says but it's like by a specific company. Joe Auckland says I need to learn USA accent / dialect.
Luku, thank you for the
Billy
resub.
says he's pooping for sure. Alistair Fiend says they replaced both filters, including the one on the motor and the one in the cab.
Hi, Relic.
Cal Sub12 says to jam. Cloud Crow says please stay in the car. Or chicken dance. Poseidon Boss says gonna get some food. Also you should try Fosno's energy drink. Dr. Chronic says what kind of car wash is this? It has no brushes.
No brushes, yeah.
He says we can hear the sex when it changes Relic.
What?
Cloud Crow says pooping while getting oil change.
I was not pooping.
Mama Lighthouse says the van takes 020 at Hemigod. The VW takes something crazy. J Warrior asks is he pooping again?
I was not pooping. I was turning on the
Crazy
AC.
Legs 96 says you get what you pay for at these cheap oil change places. Best to go to a dealership. Cookie Monster says I just heard a bottle closed. Yukaluku says you're gonna need 2 oil changes by time you get through this line.
Oh my god.
Stalking her mom says Relic is always pooping.
I am not always pooping.
Suzy Q918740 says hi at Michelle Griffith 2004.
PMG says he was filling the bottle.
Mama Lighthouse says at Kukaluku. Michelle Griffith 2004 says hello to you, Relic.
Hello, Michelle.
Kukaluku says the Take 5 by me got horrible reviews and jacked up someone's engine.
Oh no, that's terrible.
J Warrior asks, will you get 40% off the oil change if you show them your Tiger Clean panties?
Probably not. GMC, thank you for the biddies.
He tuned everything 430 says I could probably get pregnant and give birth before we move. Player 32 says my neighbor knocked on my door at 2 a.m. this morning and said, I can't sleep. Well, it's your lucky day, I said. We've got a party going on in here, come in. Suzy Q918740 says how are you at 2 Def 2 here and at Michelle Griffith 2004. Suzy Q918740 says hi at Relic.
Suzy Q, how you doing? Take 5, they said.
Lee Carbonate says how many quarts of oil does your Irina van take?
I have no idea.
Billy Bob says Relic hello.
Hello, Billy Bob. Hello, Farmerman.
Henry God says take 5 hours. Calsup 12 says lol.
Lol.
PMG says low but Macabre, yes our van.
Hunter says 2 hours later. Calsup 12 says you're stuck.
I am stuck, yes. Crazy. The car beside me is almost done. They're basically done. And now the truck is... They've done a couple of cars since I'm sitting... I don't know what's...
When they get you in there, it takes 5 minutes.
Yeah. Not the one in front of me.
Really, at Heavy Got, we were told it only took a specific brand. Expensive as heck, too. How did you like your GTI? I had a Quantum GL 5 years ago and it rocked. JSTN104 asks why don't you just change your oil?
Normally it's quick and easy.
Who says they should offer a 5-finger hand job while you wait.
What the hell?
Miami says be very quiet.
PMD says the one in front of us has been in there longer than 5 minutes at Aussie 1962.
Mikava says this line is for foreign vehicles. JSTN 104 says you could have knocked it out by now.
I know.
Kate did 1992 says I feel like normal oil change places are faster than this. Ha. Aussie 1962 says okay. Nicholas Ford says this is the special virtual line.
Nicholas Ford
says everyone is fooled by the marketing of take 5 to mean minutes.
Take 5 hours? Is it hours, not minutes? The guy working on this car keeps going and drinking his Dr. Pepper every 3 seconds.
Mama Lighthouse says the stealth line.
Stealth line.
Miami says I heard a clern.
Heard a clern.
Stony says take a deep breath.
Take a deep breath. Delicious. Learn.
Biab Seabell asks, is this pillar of concrete a face at the right side of this drive-through?
Probably.
Charty Pad 76 says, where's Big Sim's ass?
Where is Big Sim's ass?
McNightmare says it's hot now.
It's hot.
PMD says I'm going to take a nap in the back.
Hunter says you have the slow oil change in relic.
The slow one, yes.
Plasma Sponges says I'm still holding mine.
Nice.
Lunacy 494 says we might have found a harbor freight in the time we've been waiting.
There's one beside here.
Calsup 12 says Dr. Pepper gives him energy, I guess, rough.
Gives him energy. Okay.
Lighthouse says the 2.0 turbos and bigger were the better engines. Michelle Griffith 2004 says they want your clone van to have the 69 experience.
I guess.
Kukaluku says what do oil changes and sex have in common? Most wives don't believe in any of them. JSTN 104 says it's a nice looking car tow. Dr. Chronic says sniffer I let a ripper. Plasma Sponges asks how's it like with 2 air conditioning on?
It's not bad.
Tough Guy Walkman says take a deep breath and bloom.
Take a deep breath.
07 says it takes longer than 5 minutes should be free. False advertising. Lunacy 494 says Terry's one beside here, and there was one on the next street. Janj Fantasy says PFFT.
Oh my God.
Said that almost 3 hours ago, Relic. That harbor freight was right there.
I had bad service.
Miami says that's why it says take a deep breath above you.
I was wondering why y'all. Oh great! Now everything's frozen. I was wondering why y'all kept telling me to take a deep breath.
Mama Lighthouse says, see, that's the thing, our experiences with most VWs sucked. At JSTN 104, especially engines smaller than 2.0.
I was like, why do they keep telling me to take a deep breath?
Get it.
PMD says spit it out.
JSTN 104 says I love the German car look and aesthetic, but I'm scared to take the plunge. Calsup 12 says always happens to us, bruh.
It happens, yes. We seem to have got the unlucky straw.
Steven07 says he's got vodka mixed in Dr. Pepper.
Thank God I wasn't holding my breath the whole time. I would be dead.
J Warrior says have some orange drank and kick back.
Yep.
Michelle Griffith 2004 says, what did I miss?
Hey, when the guy walks up here, I'm gonna pretend I fell asleep, y'all. I'm gonna wait for him, and when I see him walking over here, I'm gonna close my eyes, and I'm gonna pretend I fell asleep. We'll see what he does. See if he'll knock on the window. Okay? Y'all just play along with it.
Alamander 70 says I got to MK6 VW Golf, love the car. Hemi God says Keg.
PMD says Lord Org.
But they still haven't closed this lady's hood yet. Now they're pulling out ratchets and all kinds of tools and stuff.
Donut Thief says clearly.
What the hell are they doing?
KDL 306 says crazy how you build a whole ass intricate van but can't change your oil.
Oh, I could change my oil if I want to. I just don't want to.
Calsub 12.
Changing the oil is nothing. I just thought this. I'm out and about doing stuff, right? Like, I'm out and about doing stuff, getting ready. I could change the oil myself, but since I was already out and about, I'm like, I'll just get my oil changed real fast. I did not know it was going to be all this in a bag of chips. You know what I'm saying?
Everything. Turns out they glue those overhead consoles into place.
Pretend you fainted from holding your breath.
Floyd's Fork says, good lady, baby.
Like, what are they doing to this car?
Relic Army 4 Life says this is slow.
My luck, I get behind this one.
Donut Thief says real fast. Miami says fast.
PMD says he needed content.
I needed content. There you go.
Nightwolf 42077 says they are rebuilding her engine. Charty Pants 76 says $10 says the van takes 30 minutes.
Oh,
Scully
Lord.
asks, hold on, there is free chips.
Stinky Pinky says thinking fast was your first mistake.
Uh-oh.
CFH 4209 says they go through the whole thing, got to check all the fluids too, not just changing the oil.
Yeah, but it shouldn't take this long.
Says it's 110 plus, no way I'm changing my own oil right now. Mrs. Rock Paper Code says most businesses are typically very busy on the weekends. Mama Lighthouse says, as the counterman used to say, they're built for failure. If you get a good VW, you are blessed. Calsub 12 says, is there a car behind you, bruv?
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Henry God says, knowing VWs, they probably need to lift the engine up to remove the air filter.
Now he's got ratchets.
Gamer Bruh says they have to remove the engine to change the oil.
Now he's messing with the bumper.
Because it's a German car. Laura Pearsley says chips. I didn't know they were serving refreshments here.
Where do you see chips at?
Mom says at this point order Uber Eats.
I don't see any chips.
All day. Cactus Chillers says you should ask the manager to ask why they're taking so long. KDL 306 says cars aren't meant to be in 110-degree weather constantly. It ruins paint and fucks up adhesives on the car.
Nice.
Not to mention the electronics. Sir Indica says they are changing belts and all the filters in the VW. Mabicha 64 says leave room.
I can't, I'm stuck. There's cars behind me.
The future DeLorean doesn't need oil changes frequently cause Doc only drives it from time to time.
Something happened with this car.
Carbonate says get ready for 13 quarts of oil in our van.
Nice.
Plasma Sponges asks anyone up for golf?
Golf.
JSTN 104 says the Hondas and Toyotas are just boring to drive. Relic Army 4 Life says they are probably changing the whole car.
Probably.
Fredo Frog says I would ask for a different waiter, this one too slow.
Different waiter?
Henry God says they probably dropped the 10mm socket into the engine bay. Each and everything 430 says my Honda might be boring but it's paid for. Mama Lighthouse says plus, many of the parts are made of all plastic and aluminium now. Can you imagine a plastic radiator? Plastic and aluminium water pump? Maybe made to be lighter, but built for failure.
Built for failure.
Says they had to update the software on the computer before they can even take the oil filter off.
Oh, Lord.
Mabicha 64 says they might have dropped a bolt in the engine. Cookie Monster says I think he did something to that car.
I don't know what they did.
Stinky Pinky says expect a upsell tactic. They need to try and sell you air filter, transmission fluid change, rear differential fluid change, wiper blades, etc. They make no money on just oil changes.
Yep.
Stalking her mom says this is why you should have got into the Landry card line. Miami says got a clerk stuck in the engine. KDL 306 says my friend has an S2000 and the car is fun and scary. CFH 4209 says do you have enough gas in the car? You're not going to run out just sitting here idling, are you? Susie Q9187400
Yeah, I got plenty.
says deep. Alistair Fiend says hot. Susie Q918740 says beef. Alamander70 says I know they have water pumps that have plastic impellers. Felon High asks what the hell's up everyone? How's everyone doing?
Feeling high, how you doing?
Obscured One says I guess they only have one pit monkey. Oh Miami says all's not. Calsup12 says return van off. Curtain Flapper asks is this an in-and-out oil service place?
Stinky Pinky says looks like door number 2 was not the best choice.
Yeah.
Casual Gamer Bro says 2 hours later. Alistair Fiend says sorry Relic Lil H was faster, I forgot Big H would take a bit longer.
Yeah.
Reformed Panty says went and took a 30-minute dump AMD, you're still sitting behind this car. Lunacy 494 says how does that guy still have something to drink? Nightwall 42077 says it looks like only one person changing oil. KDL 306 says real life, did you stick your dragon dildos in the fridge to keep them from melting? Donut Hole Sniffer says what the hell, how did the logo go back to a black background? 96 Genie says oil change place stream. CFH 4209 says what's the name of the oil change place? Fredo Frog says lucky relic. Grim Deviant says they keep getting a pop-up that says, hello, we're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Oh Miami says just breathe. J Warrior asks doesn't everyone keep their dildos in the fridge?
Stinky Pinky says the manager needs to kick these workers in the ass. This place is not making any money moving this slow. How many people come here, look at the line, and say hell no?
Yeah. The line's wrapped around the building.
Mama Lighthouse says sometime today at CFH 4209.
They have 3 people standing in front of it now.
Charlie says damn they take longer than my Mammy and Poppy does to get in the car, start the car up, put the seat belt on and go.
I don't know what they're doing. They got several people in front.
77 says take 5, we are so slow you can take a nap. Down south says oh lol. Stevens007 says when comes to your door be sitting on your toilet and tell him to give you 5 minutes. Donut Hole Sniffer says help time to fix the Twitch Connect logo. Each and everything 430 says WTF. Hemi God says kek. CFH 4209 says a lol at Mama Lighthouse. Reformed Panty says they probably broke something.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
Calsub12 says it's been proven. If it's a woman taking car to garage, the engineer will do lots of tooting and head shaking whilst looking at engine etc. Claiming car needs this, that, and the other and overcharging.
They already seen them charge her for a filter. They brought up a filter. They got her for another filter, and then another filter, and then some other little piece they got her for. There's no telling how much extra she's spent on this car so far.
Plasma Sponges says 50 minutes later. Oh Miami says I see you do keep the best on Twitch.
Billy Bob says relic they're trying to figure out where the blinker fluid goes.
Blinker fluid, huh?
Sir Indica says I bet they put the oil where the coolant goes.
I hope not.
Cloud Crow says we so fast you ain't got time to call me or what they say. J Warrior says $3,000 oil change.
You ain't got time to call your mom.
Baron Vamsky says will you be sleeping in the
battery died. Let me switch it out.
Harry Knight says it's all about the seller.
Battery died.
Stinky Pinky says they now know she is a sucker and are milking this for all it is worth.
Yeah, they keep bringing her stuff.
J says hood baby.
Hood baby.
Reformed Panty says you're the next victim relic.
I'm the next victim, yeah, probably.
Slapshot41 says husband's gonna be pissed she spent $600.
They're gonna be like, you need a flux capacitor.
494 asks open Sunday 9 to 5. Are they saying how long we will be here?
Your flux capacitor is broken.
Maybe, but not necessarily. That's Sparky Toaster.
Your flux capacitor is broken.
Says the halogen fluid doesn't go in LED lights. Kaluku says, haha, he's watching this lady get ripped off and he's still in line, lol. Hobo Hobie asks, when did Home Depot get an auto shop? Calsup12 says, lol. Mama Lighthouse says, right, at Curtain Flapper.
The damn flux capacitor done went out. That'll be $79.99.
PMZ says you suggest
I need to adjust your really what we need to do to help your gas mileage, ma'am. For another $120, I need to adjust your paint thickness.
Classic dirt caked muddy transmission pan that they showed you.
Need to adjust your paint thickness.
Says the worker is going to lunch now. You will be next when he gets back. Cloud Crew says it's like when Homer Simpson took his car in for an oil change, they give him new tires. Alistair Fiend says they do give you free water. Calsup12 says haha, oh bruv, cracking me up. Big Lex Money says El Gigalal. Slapshot41 says hopefully they at least put the Supreme Air in the tires.
Supreme Air, yeah.
J Warrior says loop my dog to later.
Curtain Flapper, thank you for the follow. Curtain Flapper.
It'll be another $152.
Okay. They started the engine. I'm about to act like I'm sleeping, y'all. Y'all be quiet.
Says take 5 could be single-handedly be responsible for global.
I'm about to act like I'm sleeping.
Billy Bob says maybe they're making plans for a hot rendezvous later.
Okay, they started the vehicle. Now they're telling her something else. They started it. The hood is still up.
Hunter says it's easy. Mama Lighthouse says.
Now what are y'all doing?
He tuned everything 430.
Oh man.
Says TTS.
She got 3 people working on this thing.
Deviant says came in for an oil change and they end up replacing everything, the oil filter.
Now they're doing something else.
Distributor cap, ignition wires, spark plugs.
What in the hell is happening?
The belts. Baron Vampsky says when the car goes, just drive right through the building. Calsup12 says don't get fleeced, bruv, be on guard.
Take 5 deep breaths before you get the bill.
Asks how much is a loot job.
Okay.
Mama Lighthouse says that one part might not have retracted. I don't remember the name of it.
Now they're showing her the dipstick.
Kaluku says take 5 deep breaths before you get the bill.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna pretend like I'm sleeping, y'all. As soon as that hood goes down, I'm gonna mute y'all and I'm gonna close my eyes.
Billy Bob says relic they're checking her special oil.
Now what are y'all doing?
Bean says 5 minutes, huh?
This is crazy.
Sniffer says this is why I do my own oil change. He tuned everything 430 says poor person is getting screwed. Gamecock Jojo says you know this only happens to Relic. CFH 4209 says lol at Farmerman 32. Fozzabear 69 says ZZZZ. Curtain Flapper says verse prong technique, not today lady. Katie 1992 yells showing her the dipstick.
Okay.
Mama Lighthouse says dipstick might be code for driver. Mama Lighthouse says not trying to insult her. Hugh Culligan says you can take 5 phone calls, take 5 naps and you get through the line.
Take 5 of everything.
Harry Light says she has to see the beaming clean new oil dips.
Everybody is moving except us.
Mouth Pro says it's been longer than 5 minutes. Did you get a free pizza?
I hope so. Alright. I'm about to. If they let her hood down, I'm muting y'all and I'm gonna act like I'm asleep. Take a deep breath, yes. She got some paperwork. She got her sticker. She's paid already. So, like, I don't know what else is left for them to possibly do. They checked the oil levels. They checked the oil levels. I can't literally think of anything else they could possibly do. Now he's getting a scanner. He's getting like some type of scanner thing. No, he's getting a drill. What the hell? He's getting a ratchet drill.
Slapshot41 says should sit on the toilet and say sorry, it's gonna be a minute.
Yes.
Lunacy 494 asks, will Relic ask for a date if they show him a dipstick?
Dipstick.
Big Lex Money says lol. Janda Plunder asks, say a lot of patience. No?
A lot of patience, yes.
Mama Lighthouse says don't say that out loud.
Don't say what out loud? Sleeping?
Q says lol. Mama Lighthouse says too late.
I think the guy is walking around like he's confused. He's just pacing back and forth. Like, now he's grabbing more oil. What the hell?
Warrior says hood baby.
Hood baby.
Donut Hole Sniffer says it's a German car, and I bet it has 14 nuts screws for the oil cap. Felonha yells a few moments later. CalSub12 says how beneficial is that fan up there? Baron Vansky says maybe they will convert into a stealth sleeper. Mama Lighthouse says those BWs are up.
He's not the only one confused.
Says he's not the only one confused. City Kitty says you got the guy in training.
Okay. The hood's down. I'm gonna pretend like I'm sleeping. Y'all be quiet. Oh, damn, I forgot I was here. Okay. Okay. How long has it been? How long have I been sleeping?
I think you've been here maybe 30, 40
minutes. Oh, okay. Okay. No problem. All right, thank you. All right.
Dr. Chronic says long.
30, 40 minutes.
Biggie says Kep. Grim Deviant says took so long he fell asleep. Donut Hole Sniffer says Kep.
PMZ says door closed.
Or
Donut Hole Sniffer says what a fool. Kid 1992 says I'm so embarrassed. Big Lex Money says love. Mama Lighthouse says right on.
Hopefully this is the right one. The last place I went didn't have the filter, so I went and bought it. The last place I went didn't have the filter, so hopefully that's the right one, yeah.
Cloud Crow says to right, they deserve it. Eltartel says to the left, to the left.
I guess I turned it off, right?
Cactus Chillers says
he can't figure out
best clip yet.
He can't figure out how to open the dash.
No, not to get behind the
he can't figure out how to open the hood.
Says blast Taylor Swift and sing loud while they change the oil.
They can't figure out how to open the hood. Yeah.
Lunacy 494 says oh.
I may have to go open it. I may have to go open it for him.
CalSub12 says oh no.
There we go.
Mama Lighthouse
There we go.
says, oh hell no.
There we go.
Mama Lighthouse says, run relic.
There you go. Give y'all a
Cookie
view.
Monster says, ha
So y'all can see what's happening.
Don't
Now they don't know how to keep it up.
Kek. Grim Deviant says, train
Kek.
the new guys.
Keg.
Big Chill 64 says, not again.
Keg.
Lenger 1 says, young guys.
Keg.
City Kitty says, monkeys can do better.
Is that watermelon?
Is that watermelon?
Is that freaking watermelon?
Please tell me that's watermelon.
Please tell me that's watermelon.
Sky and the yells, they open the hood. Let's go.
Oh my god! Scary as hell.
It's fun. Q says, someone start the timer.
Do y'all want to sit in the back or y'all want to watch?
Donut Sniffer says, hate to see his face when his girl asks for a handy.
Oh lord.
Mama Lighthouse says they need 3 guys, 1 to hold the hood open. ENX33 says Viagra. Kate 1992 says watch. Mama Lighthouse says, oh, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Obscured 1 says speedy. Nightwolf 42077 says watch. Alistair Fiend says, too bad the last place filled up all your fluids.
Yeah, filled up all my fluids? Yes.
PMD said.
Give them all my personal info.
Mama Lighthouse says right. Chat is master mechanics. They need our expertise. ENX33 says, shh. Donut Hole Sniffer says, you know I can still hear you guys talking kek.
Donut Hole Sniffer.
Mama Lighthouse says he muted us. Each and everything 430 says now he mute us. El Tartel says chat has a combined IQ of 369. Doubt it.
El Tart. How you doing, El Tart?
Alistair Fiend says that's funny adults are talking I forget we 12 liters OL. Clouth Crow says it's Mr. Relic of Clown House, Texas. Lol. El Tartel says hi Relic.
Hi El Tart, how you doing?
Charlie Kicks Back says imagine by the time they get finished they catch you in the back taking a dump Relic.
Yeah.
Each
Yeah,
and
it's
everything
possible.
430 says so they know your real name, hum.
Curtain Flapper, thank you for the follow. Curtain Flapper.
Sniffer says I know Relic's real name. Donut Hole Sniffer says his
I'll take
real name
whatever,
is
regular, just regular
Mama
oil.
Lighthouse says hey Relic's life would be far more
Do
difficult
what now?
without his expert chat.
What's the
El
difference?
says that would be funny though. Stalking her mom says how much extra do they charge to loop you up?
I'll get synthetic. It's okay for the diesel. Synthetic. Diesel and synthetic is okay. Diesel engine and synthetic. It's a diesel, yeah. I didn't know synthetic ran in diesel. I was just making sure.
PMD says we will take the cheapest one.
Gaflex says upsale incoming.
Okay.
JSTN 104 says boo you got
What's the other one?
research.
What's the other one? The first one. The
Mama
conventional.
Lighthouse says T they can't
The
tell
conventional?
lights from spark plugs.
T4.
Treno Frog says, oh god, they don't know it's
I'll
a
take
diesel.
the second one.
Q-Color
T5, yeah.
says if you're looking for the best oil for your diesel engine, you can't go wrong with synthetic oil. Synthetic oil is designed to withstand extreme temperatures and conditions, making it ideal for use in diesel engines. It also provides superior protection against wear and tear, helping to extend the life of your engine. Gufleg asks OMG, they didn't know it was diesel. Curtain Flapper says ask can
That's why I said it was.
On the pistons.
Just to make sure they knew.
Doublix Peach 57 asks how much for anal lube.
Play flakes. Should I fall asleep again?
Mama Lighthouse says right, don't forget the blink.
They're gonna be like, this guy just falls asleep anywhere.
Cactus Chillers says you should play fake sleep again, would be even funnier.
Fall asleep, they were like, he must have narcolepsy, he just falls asleep everywhere.
494 says I got a sub and still got an ad for synthetic oil.
What the hell? You got an ad for synthetic oil.
104 says don't forget your radio fluid.
My radio fluid? Yeah, it's important.
Stoli says just don't do it while driving.
Yep. Radio fluid's critical.
Donut Hole Sniffer says wish I can sleep, I'm so tired.
Sniffer.
Curtain Flapper says if they can't tell the difference between diesel and petrol, they shouldn't be working on it. Gufleg asks how would they know how much oil to put in if they didn't know what engine it is? Mauler says tell them to put extra ice in the 8C.
I just hope I got the right filter.
Extract says are you getting premium today, Relic?
Yeah, we're getting the synthetic whatever.
Have you checked your muffler bearings?
My muffler bearings?
Brother Mark says is it not raining there?
It's been raining off and on. Not a lot.
PMD says it's your fault you stay up all night at 2 that you hear.
Reformed Panty says do it, Relic, that was golden when you acted like you were asleep.
I'm gonna act like I fell asleep again.
Lunacy 494
I'm gonna wait for him to get
I'm
gonna wait for him to get closer to the end though. Then I'm gonna fall asleep.
Says ask them to make
Killing in, thank you for the resub.
Mama Lighthouse says it's hard reading those large numbers on the top of the cam cover.
With Twitch Prime.
My name is Optimus Prime. Thank you so much, Ken, for the Twitch Prime. I appreciate it.
Beanie says go in the back hard.
To go in the back and sleep?
Nightmare says Dan's still there.
Sleep in the bed? Soul Brother, thank you for the biddies.
Mauler says tell them to change the spark plugs.
Spark plugs.
He says tell them to check your muffler bearings and see what their answer is.
Muffler bearings.
Mama Lighthouse says I shouldn't say that. At Gufleg they might not have them on there. Scott02 says people behind you complaining like you were now long. Curtain Flapper says is it a camper? RV you're in Relic.
It's a van.
El Tartel says yay golden and suck your thumb. El Tartel says let them find you.
It's a stealth van.
2004. Kelania says you could take a shower while you wait.
Carburetor belt. Yes.
The iBill says it isn't a gas van, doesn't have spark plugs. Lunacy 494 says lock the doors and close the sliding door while you're in the back. Scott02 says beautiful.
Thank you.
Curtain Flapper says nice fan.
Thank you.
Beanie says go in the back and lay on the bed naked with the door open.
I am not laying on the bed naked, but I am going to go back here because it's cooler back here.
You've been waiting so long they may need to check the time.
Feeling good back here.
Charty Pants 76 says if the van wasn't so insulated, I'd say they'd probably hear you taking a bath faking sleep. Soul Brother Mark says what's for dinner later?
Feeling good back here.
You need to bleach water the outside, get the mildew off the hood. Doublix Peach 57 says ask how they like the size of your undercarriage he. Soul Brother Mark says any outback later. Mama Lighthouse says yes, at Gufleg or the door pillar. but definitely on the registration.
We converted a
says, did I have just finished my conversion? We converted a British double-decker bus into an RV lol.
Holy crap, I bet that's badass.
Says when the vans are rocking.
I bet that's badass.
Mama Lighthouse says nice. At Chalky 778.
Nice.
Curtain Flapper says ask them what's the dot rating on the brake fluid.
The dot rating.
Paul says I know it don't, it was a joke, I bill. Michelle Griffith 2004 says yes he does don.
I guess I can get me a beverage out of the fridge while we're waiting. I just hope they gave me the right filter at AutoZone. Because it's going to suck if they take all the oil out and do all that. And I got the wrong filter. You know?
Faster than you can check the forecast on your phone, Keg.
Okay.
Curtain Flapper says there's dot 3 and dot 4. Beanie asks anybody timing this. He tuned everything 430 says you can make dinner while we wait. Donut Hole Sniffer says my forecast on my phone loads up in 10th of a second.
Donut Hole Sniffer says cake.
You says offer them a cold bottle of water relic. Maybe they'll give you a discount.
Maybe. Offer them water instead of them offering me water. I am gonna go back here and grab me a bottle of the Diet Dew.
Donut Hole Sniffer says keg.
Keg.
Donut Hole Sniffer says what is you down about? Donut Hole Sniffer says I an ANTIT cup. Rickkid 1000 says hello. Mauler says look for spots after this. They have a habit of not changing the plug washer and it leaks. Should be changed every oil change. Mama Lighthouse says next time, pay a 2 def 2 here to change your oil. Biopsy Bell says steaks. What says I used to?
Do what?
Katie 1992 says 11 minutes. Donut Hole Sniffer says mixing oil with other oils.
Nice.
Chalky 778 says yeah, we were left with loads of space, so with me being an athlete I made the decision to install an ice bath for recovery, but my RV's the size of my house and costs more to run, but we tend to stay on site for about 2 weeks at a time, so it makes it a comfortable family holiday long.
Nice.
Sticky Pinky says when
hell yeah.
Finished, you should drive this to the first parking lot, shut the van off and check the dipstick level yourself. I would not trust them.
Mama Lighthouse says just as long as it's the same brand and type, it should be okay. Donut Hole Sniffer says donut oil keg. Curtain Flapper asks did they suck the oil out the dipstick tube?
I have no idea.
Fly from Hillbop 2 asks they're using canola oil? Mauler says they should show you the dipstick after you start for pressure check. Michelle Griffith 2004 says Y2 Def would just play with the oil and use it as lube, just saying.
Wow. Thank you.
James says they are putting oil in. It's a good sign if the oil filter fit.
Nicholas Falk says recycled chip fat oil or hemp oil gonna give you munchies.
Gives you the munchies. Really? That's crazy. Crazy. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dude, it's so hot in the front of the van, and it's so cold in the back.
Says, what's you eating?
I was eating a piece of cheese for a kid. Eating a little piece of cheese with mayonnaise on it. A little snack, you know what I'm saying? I've been sitting here, got a nap, you know, slept for about 45 minutes, and then needed a little snack to go along with it, you know what I'm saying? Wake up, eat some cheese, drink some ice cold beverage out the fridge. And
says get a two-way vent and install it above your head.
A two-way vent. Oh, that's a good idea.
Says cheese mayo roll.
Well, normally I got the AC on in the front, you know, but
with man water. Mama Lighthouse says Dodges run hot, or the 2019 pickup did. Ripkid 1000 says I'm dangerous cheesy. Vibes Siabel asks, are they served this to your in front of you?
PMD says slept for 45 minutes this sky little.
Slept for 45 minutes.
Says relic Jesus juice or no?
Mountain Dew.
Mama Lighthouse says it a dual
Diet Dew
as well.
Diet Dew.
JSTN 104 asks, how is our venues feeling? Laura Pearson says relic is on the bot. Donut Hole Sniffer says or it's taller fan behind you. Secret City 19 says eats cheese with mayo but won't eat tortillas. Harry Light says stick your feet through the holes in the floor and get a manicure at the same time.
Stick your feet through the holes in the floor.
Sonic Finn says lol. Beanie says I thought you were gonna be asleep.
TGV Outdoors, thank you for the raid. Can we get a shout out for TGV Outdoors, y'all? Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate it.
Good night's rest while waiting. Ripkid 1000 says stay strong, Relic Army. Down
thank you so much.
Welcome Raiders. Mama Lighthouse.
Shout out to TGV Outdoors. I appreciate it. You don't know how to put the hood down now. Oh Lord. Oh, I hope they don't break my hood. That wasn't bad. Then, you know, I had all these experts in chat. They weren't trying to sell me no stuff. Know what I'm saying? All these experts. They like, he got experts in chat. We better not try to sell him anything. That ain't gonna work. What happened? TTS gone? TTS gone?
Too long. My bad. Donut Hole Sniffer says my mama taught me how to work on cars lol. Nightwolf 42077 says did the hood shut all the way?
Yeah.
Dr. Chronic says I thought you replaced the window, it get broke again.
No. I tinted it.
Audio is K on my end.
I tinted the window.
Charlie Kicks Back says I think. Each and everything 430 says we aren't talking to you. You doubted our expertise. Mama Lighthouse says there's nothing wrong with being able to change your own oil and tires. People says I'm out of business while we were waiting. Charty Pants 76 says so much raid love to feels good man.
Feels good man.
Henry, did you strap it there?
I never unstrapped it.
He was eating cheese instead. My bad, at Beanie.
160 for the oil change. 160.
That says $99 later for a.
But it's supposed to be good for 10,000 miles. Oh. Ah.
PMZ says, wow.
Mama Lighthouse says, did they give them parts for the ladies of Relic? Alice the Fiend says, ouch.
Yeah.
Down south says, damn, that seems steep for oil.
Yeah.
The original kid says that's a lot. Harry Light says it's not cheap. 12 liters of oil.
It's a lot of oil. That's for sure.
The oil.
No, that was to change it.
Down here says Relic, how are you, brother?
To ignition.
Okay. Mama Lighthouse asks, that's what I was thinking. At Secret City 19, did they fill the engine block? 1,970 Brenda secured driving of course. Harry lovely oil. Mama Lighthouse says F. Long dark hair says F. Curtain flapper says that's very expensive oil change.
PMZ says, yes, it goes before my comment. Haha.
Relic Army for Life says that didn't take long when you got in there.
No, it wasn't
Henry
bad
God
once I got
says
in there.
12 quarts of oil. Wow. Harry Light says premium synthetic, they say.
Yeah,
Down
it
south
was
says
also,
Gucci.
that was synthetic.
Biopsy Bill says Vodafone is gone or something else.
That was for synthetic oil. So, synthetic is not cheap by itself, the oil, you know? And 12 quarts of synthetic.
Reformed Panty says most all synthetic oil is $10 a quart.
Yeah, synthetic is not cheap.
Lighthouse says it. Curtain Flapper says 45-gallon drug of oil. Gaflake says wow, wow. Reformed Panty says chat just doesn't turn a car is all. Mama Lighthouse says but 12.
Okay. I think I connected my other modem. There we go.
Dan K75 says synthetic diesel oil is expensive. It could go 20 to 45,000 miles before it needs changed again. Mama Lighthouse says the 2005 didn't take that many. The original kid says that's true, I get synthetic but for a car and it's under $100. Charlie Kicksback says a relic, do you like aspirin or ibuprofen better to treat headache?
I take any.
Is nothing for a diesel.
I take anything.
Cummins ISX holds 12 to 14 gallons keg.
I take whatever I can find.
Mama Lighthouse says, but it wasn't a diesel either. Curtain Flapper says I'm in UK and worked on cars 50 plus years. Slim says hello Relic, and what did you think about the 2 videos I sent you?
Pretty good, Slim. Shout out to Slim. How you doing?
494 asks walk away for a minute and we'll take 5. Did they not have his oil? Ian's team says they are both NSETs. Biopsy Bill says as a shoemaker. At Curtain Flapper. Down south
6 out of 10.
6/10.
6 out of 10.
Mama
Delicious.
Lighthouse says, oh, okay. And then Tom says, oh, I didn't touch the trucks back then.
Alright.
Mama Lighthouse says, my bad.
My bad. I'm Batman. I'm Batman.
Curtain Flapper says, fully trained mechanic at Biopsia Bell. Slim says, are we taking the Home Depot trip? Nicholas Forecast.
It is toasty right now.
Harry Light says 3.0 litres V6 turbo diesel oil capacity is 12.5 litres.
12.5 liters.
Says, wow.
12.5 liters. Blah 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 blah.
Gaflake says hot AF in Houston today.
Yep, it's warm.
Dan K75 says we use synthetic oil. It works using the oil sampling process, and after some trucks go 100k miles between oil changes.
Blah 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 blah.
Gallon bottles.
Blah 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 blah. 100k miles between oil changes. Holy crap. That's a long time.
Mama Lighthouse says that's pretty good. At Dan K75. Hunter says cam to right relic.
Cam to right.
Magnum 0815 says with that your Batman couldn't surprise any villain. Slim says, what kind of freight are you going to buy to fall around in your van?
What kind of freight? Let's see.
Mama Lighthouse says you harbor freight tools. Each and everything except of the phrase. Aussie 1962 says what we buying. Crazy Vix 1 says I am going out for a bit relic.
Alright, Crazy Vix.
When I am gonna be back.
Have fun.
Mama Lighthouse says they have some interesting stuff. Jonat Hole Sniffer says it's supposed to be off. Mauler says hell Audis only need them every 10k or 12 months, whichever comes first.
Where would I find this hitch?
Nicholas Ford says cable ties cheap man's handcuffs.
Where would I find this hitch?
James says time to fill up the car. It's easy to do in this store.
Oh yeah, it is.
Anton Cesaro says you can run oil for more miles than recommended. The filter is the weak link. Filters can't take that. Biopsia Bell asks why? Percent section equals $% carrot. Denblum says I love this store.
I'm looking for the hitch y'all have for like a bike, carry bike. The bike carrier hitch.
The Lighthouse says poor man's chrome.
Up here? Like a bicycle. Y'all have like a...
All the way down on that back wall.
Okay, alright, thank you.
See a section where the items are standing up tall like
okay. Alright, thank you. Back right corner.
Says they have a car/trailer area.
My name is Optimus Prime.
Day 133 just resubbed for 9 freaking months.
Day 1, thank you for the 9 months.
Hi, Relic and Army.
How you doing?
76 says usually on Twitch riding a bike or with a thumb out. Mama Lighthouse says at day 33. Alistair Field says hitches on his bike.
Hitches on his bike.
Scratch Creations asks, did you get a regular bike or electric?
I have an e-bike. It's got a flat tire right now, but so is this it? So how does this thing?
Hemigod says Hawk Master. Hemigod says Hall.
Hall.
Lunacy 494 says yup, that's it. Mama Lighthouse says just get the one you glue on. Lol.
Yeah.
Mikava says what about our scooter? Mauler says goes in trailer hitch. Road Dog 27 says OMG I just tuned in, Harbor Freight my fat place.
Yeah, Harbor Freight's crazy.
James asks how heavy is your bike? Will that rack hold it?
Yeah, it's not 100 pounds.
Siabel says in Germany every kid is on tour with an electric scooter at Scratch Creations. Dayan33 says nice rack.
Oh God.
Max Strauss asks, hey Relic, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm looking for some short bungee cords.
Says, hey, we made it to Harbor Freight. Oh, Miami asks, do they have the magnet kinda?
Ball stretch set.
Lunacy 494 asks, you do have a square trailer.
Anybody need a 4-piece ball stretch cord set?
1962 says Relic still blushes.
Anybody need a ball stretch set?
There are different class hitches. Make sure that class fits the class that's on your truck. All the square holes are not the same size.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it before we leave. I'm gonna check it before we leave. Where are the bungee cords?
Donut Thief says no one wants their balls stretched. Road Dog 27 says need bigger balls. Beanie says two deaf needs to opposite. Mascot 69 says you say you want your balls stretched. Why? Donut Hole Sniffer says I do. I'm tired of my balls hitting the cold toilet water bowl. Max Struss says I do like to trek my balls. Biab Seabell says which road? The smoker below of my living room. At Scratch Creations. Nicholas Falk says mine stretched with age long. Max Stress says stretch I mean. Dayan33 says they stretch as you get older. I'll never forget the first time they hit the toilet water. Lunacy 494 says goes inside the square trailer hitch and not ball I think. Down south says Kev. Whiskey Pack 44 says that's not a peen pump, Relic. Donut Hole Sniffer says ha ha ha. Donut Hole Sniffer says Kendall Hill 1. Oh Miami asks can we get enough for my wheelbarrow? Mikava says how much is that hand pump? Donut Hole Sniffer says Kendall Hill 1 Su Kamu Pucker. Donut Thief says oh got the detector. Dead Endland says how much is that?
Earphone jack.
1970 Brenda says yes we should do this. Lunacy 494 says on the package it finds relics.
Finds relics, yeah.
Anton Shazaro says relic finder.
It's a relic finder, yeah.
Art says Dr. WD40. Road Dog 27 says tar pile for bungee cords. Beanie says can we use this to find the magnet? Shotty Pants 76 says Donut Hole Sniffer says keg dams game.
Donut Hole Sniffer says cake.
Me Carver Art says maybe we can find out fishing magnet with that.
I don't know what the difference is here.
Gofleg says that on includes headphones. Nice. Mauler says yup, scan all homeless. Secret City 19 says, speaking of magnets, do they have any there?
Probably. I already ordered a magnet. It already came in. These prices make no sense to me.
A professional grade metal detector is about $300, so don't spend much on these.
Yeah, it says this one is normally $295, but I'm confused.
Have to buy a new one like me.
So,
Lunacy 494 says price usually means better.
So what does this mean?
Norma Lighthouse says look, it's a relic finder. Let's go, ladies.
$295. Oh, this one.
Says it easily finds
this one is. This one is.
Secret City 19 says, oh, you ordered on. Cool.
This one is.
Whiskey Pack 44
what?
says, hey, it easily finds relics.
I'm confused.
Oh, Miami says a Black & Decker decorator wrecker is better one.
It says 114, and it's normally $295.
420 says the other one has a waterproof tip.
It says this one's 114, but it's normally 300.
If you're a member, relic.
I am a member.
Me Carver Art says means you have to be a member for that price.
I am a member. I am a member. I think that's a good deal. It's a $300 metal detector, and it's 114. Yeah, I got the membership.
Dead England says I found that one on the bottom for $42.
Is this one a good deal for 114?
Oh, Miami says detector lol.
Is this one a good deal for 114?
House says go for it. Me Carver Art says you paid for membership.
Yeah, I got membership.
Says his headphones included too. Doggone Eats says, are we going to use this to find the lost magnet? Ha 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 ha. Dead England says that one seems like a good one. 1970 Brenda says keep the receipt if need to return.
I just want to make sure if it's 114. If it's 114, that's a pretty good deal,
Candy
you know.
God says that has 86% review online.
A what? 86%.
Charty Pants 76 says only if you like finding bottle caps. Dan 33 says I bought an $80 shirt at Kohl's for $8. That's how they get here. Thematager says these are 60 to 80 on Amazon.
These are $80 on Amazon? These?
19 says it always looks
the Gordon
like a good deal when they mark up the price to lower it.
This Gordon one is $80 on Amazon? $60 on Amazon? This one? The Gordon?
Carver Art says now I know who to ask to get me something from Harbor Freight.
What model Gordon? It's a
494 says blue one says 35 off online. Donut Hole Sniffer says I like that knife. Thematager asks what model is the Gordon? Mauler says gets pretty good reviews. James Price Aviation says go and check the Hudson River.
It says Gordon Premium.
Russian submarine down
it says
there.
Gordon Premium Metal
Mama
Detector.
Lighthouse says or shopping carts at Sharty Pants 76.
It says Gordon Premium Metal Detector. I don't see a model.
It's not a Gordon on Amazon.
Gordon Premium.
Starbucks says people who sell on Amazon most likely have little to no overhead. Hemi Gott says Amazon doers sell the Gordon.
Gordon Premium.
Max Stress says Harbor Freight the home of disposable tools. Mauler says Gordon is only available there. Mama Lighthouse says which knife? At 2 Def 2 here, that's where we use to get ours.
Gordon Premium. It's a premium.
Lunacy 494 says no $300 detector on the website. $150 is the regular price. Caveman 1333 says, mods, can you check my message please, it won't post. Mama Lighthouse says it is at max stress. Rails Bells says, describe smell inside store.
Smells like tires.
Biobj Seabell asks Gordon Freeman, Half-Life. Mikavuat says precision.
High precision.
Charty Pants 76 says you need a tiny shovel and a pinpoint of thing. Gafleg says it says $199 on Amazon.
$199 on Amazon?
Robin
Okay.
Crone says hi Relic.
Hi, Robin.
Mauler says it gets really good reviews.
Okay.
Mama Lighthouse says we have the big one.
I need a 9-volt battery. Where are the batteries at here?
Hunter says it's $223 on eBay Relic.
On eBay. Nice.
Luna C494 says
Y'all don't sell the little scoops that go with the metal
the
detectors.
other has
The
1,000.
little sand scoopers.
Both said it works good. Charty Pants 76 says you'll be swimming in metal.
Yeah.
We got a couple of shovels.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mama Lighthouse says long.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Brenda says ask what their return policy
I'll
is.
have to get the scoop off of
Rails Bell
Amazon.
says yeah, I can't take the odor very long inside a harbor freight.
Have to get the scoop off of Amazon.
Gafleg says if it's the same one it takes 2 9 volts.
Yeah, it's 9
Oh
volts.
Miami says kitty litter lol.
TMG says probably wasn't the creep cause what was said and is at Caveman 1333 and there could be kids around.
Oh, here we go. Batteries. Edge. Round and round and round. Round, round. I need a scooper though. I'll have to order one of those off of Amazon.
F1 Mix says a metal detector in the hand is worth $199 in the bush. F1 Lewis says or
Doing
something.
good. It says this one is one something, like 115 or whatever for members.
Yes.
Specific words you're not allowed to use. I
Did you wanna? It does offer for a replacement fan or fridge too.
Super Series service says switch to
23.99. Covers any and all advanced training.
I'm not going to use it that much.
We can't go up wearing the mask?
No, sir. All we wanted to do is ride the Ferris wheel. I'm sorry, guys. We broke.
Super Stream service has seen switched to BRB. Super Stream service has seen switched to live.
Robot. Did y'all see it?
Super Stream service has seen switched to live. Lunacy 494 says or not. Crispy 1400.
Relic, does it?
Y'all, oh my God.
Mr. Boy, he says, look from under your nose.
Oh, fuck! God damn it! Sorry about the language. Shit.
900 says all good.
Stank pig.
Charty Pants 76 says I heard something on YouTube about 5 or so years ago that we should be careful about what we hear about UFOs. It's all coming true. Stank Pig says felt like the Matrix 2.0.
Stank Pig.
Whiskey Pack 44 says better.
Stank Pig.
Donut Hole Sniffer says keg.
Keg.
Super Stream service has seen switched to live. Potty Harry 0 says BKOK now. Lunacy 494 says takes a few minutes for TTS to catch up with stream. Hemi God says Relic put his blood, sweat and tears into this van.
Blood, sweat and tears.
Asks wait go back is Relic okay? Me Father Art asks you have a trailer hitch on van?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Intoxicated asks any bamboo lovers in the chat.
Any what?
Mama Lighthouse says yes, at Hylundu that was a past clip. Do some 247 says how do we? Secret City 19 says government is using the UFO conspiracies to kill us, they'll just say it was a UFO attack. James Price Aviation says finally the truth is coming out. I was abducted and sexually interfered with by aliens.
Oh no.
Sadly they never returned. Stank Pig says how do we?
Stank Pig.
Mama Lighthouse asks bamboo can be neat stuff. At I intoxicated why?
Just gonna fit
Me
dude.
carve out says no pin.
Oh, man.
Charty Pants 76 says my bad. Mama Lighthouse asks, so yeah, at I am intoxicated. Hemi-God says relic spin is a little short. I intoxicated says for the haunt of Mama Lighthouse. PRPLGRL67 says I missed a shopping trip to Little China aka Harbor Freight. Lunacy 494 says don't mess with Texas, relic.
Don't mess with Texas.
Hemi-God says Kep.
Okay.
Mama Lighthouse says I know where there is a bamboo farm about 30 miles from here. But this is not down there, for sure. Me Carver Art says open van doors to lay your stuff. Donut Hole Sniffer says this is a perfect Tyrone meme saying Kep. Dead Enderland says you can buy a bigger pin there.
It's the right way. Like that.
Lunacy 494 says he would hit his head on the open doors. He's not falling for that one. Anton Chazaro says find the whole relic.
Oh, you gotta screw it in there like that.
Mama Lighthouse says baling wire would work fine for that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it goes through and then screws in. I'm gonna make sure it don't go nowhere. Where is the hole? Come on. Stop giving me problems. Oh no.
Big Brick says spit on it. Anton Chazaro says real country boy always has baling wire and duct tape. Biab Siabel asks pigtail. Lunacy 404 says ask to death. He's an expert hole finder. Mama Lighthouse says that's right. At Anton says Aro. Starring Pig says slap it. Secret City 19 says it's always good to put it in the hole before you start screwing it. Donut Hole Sniffer says Kentucky Chrome Maricacona.
Kentucky Chrome.
Crispy 1421 says lol. Stein Pig asks isn't there a brass shell that keeps it from wobbling?
Stein Pig.
Lunacy 494 asks did you get bungee cords?
No.
Stein Pig says I have the same one.
I don't have any brass.
Says better to lube it up first.
I don't have any type of brass anything.
James Price Aviation says I think your hole is too tight, bro. Probably not the first time you have been told that.
Oh Lord.
Billy Bob says I'm gonna be the first one. Relic will the be first one to run into it with Hasni lol.
There we go.
Down South says I got some brass for you right here.
Oh really? Some brass, huh?
Hemi-God asks no brass monkey.
Stinky Pinky says there goes the stealth van charade. No beekeeper has a bike hitch on it. LOL.
You never know.
Stein Pig asks did you get a motorcycle?
No. Stein Pig. Stein Pig.
Gafleg asks no rear bumper.
Stein Pig. No, I couldn't afford the bumper. That was extra.
Cole Tipple says close up of Relic's rusty bottom. Max Stress says a wrench would be helpful. Stein Pig asks e-bike.
Stein Pig. I don't have it with me.
Anton Chazaro says hitchpin works as a wrench just fine, Keck. Me Carver Art says will the door open with that on?
I hope so. Probably not.
Harry Light says brush the rush at bottom of door with used engine oil, then wipe off the drips.
There we go.
Lunacy 409 They have sockets that could help you.
Starring pig.
Starring pig asks what
Starring pig. Starring pig.
Intoxicated says weird that Relic's bottom is so rusty when we all know it spends so much time being lubricated.
Wow.
Grim Deviant asks, does the garage not have enough space for the bike anymore?
Starring, this is for traveling.
Hemigod asks, is the Pintor keyed to the proper foot-pounds? Styink Pig asks, what's your SN? Styink Pig says Yam Xbox. Styink Pig says Stink Pig.
Starring pig.
Max Stress says I'm not sure, but I think Harbor Freight might sell wrenches. I could be wrong.
You could be wrong, but I doubt it. I'm probably gonna have to go back in and grab a wrench, to be honest, but you know, where'd my lock washer go? Y'all see what I did with that? Oh, there it is.
Styink Pig says at me.
Starring pig.
Styink Pig says running tier 6.
Okay, so check it out. This is what this does. I think I did it right. So, you take it like this, right?
Mama Lighthouse asks, so anyone
pull this out.
Bamboo rice once.
You can
didn't notice much flavor difference.
Sit it on the ground.
Bamboo rice used for flavor or
and then you
color?
take it back up.
Hemigod says Lurk worship.
You need to open the door. You just open it. Right? Then you put it back up. But I do need to make sure the door opens with this thing.
Says my neighbor
Let me make sure the door
says
opens.
Harbor is great for one-time use tools. The original kit says that's cool.
Oh yeah, it opens.
Max Stress says Harbor Freight. Nicholas Ford says get an adjustable winch so it fits.
Winch.
Me Carver Art says can't see nothing. Styling Pig says what's your battle tag? Hunter says didn't see anything long.
Oh, you couldn't see anything. Oh.
Michael 42077 says do you think that
you take the pin out,
79 pound
you let this down and it opens.
Hunter says as we was pointed the wrong way, ha ha. Lunacy 494 says thanks for showing us the parking lots and not the hitch moving. Styink Pig says true long. The original kit says really nice. Bifiden says is that rated for a Segway?
A Segway?
The original kit says I've never been to Harbor Freight, will have to go. Mama Lighthouse says up. Max Stress says nice shin killer. Mikado says stink pig lol. Lunacy 494 says he bought a bike rack and wants the scooter from the flea market.
Dang pig.
Anton Chazaro says I make a Harbor Freight trip like once a month.
Dang
I
pig.
put some of their tools through all hell too. Some break up well.
Said should have bought a little tool kit to keep in the van while you were in there.
Styink Pig says what?
Dang pig.
Majinxie says sand that rust down paint it.
I like the rust. There we go. I just need a way to tighten it.
It is interesting. At the original kit they have some neat
See,
stuff.
look,
Much of it isn't very good quality.
Right there?
But it depends on what you do with it, though. Down south says lol.
Seen it? Comes down like that. And you put it back up.
Says the rust gives it a bit of character. Max Stress says I couldn't tell you how many times I hit my shin on a trailer hitch. Anton Chazaro says that's patting it thick. Marazil Wiki says honestly, as much use as most people put on basic tools, a Harbor Freight tool will last them for years and years. Charty Pants 76 says we might get friend invites from the VOD watchers. Amian Fox says to Def, I think I have your phone number in my BlackBerry from
Stank pig.
Mikavalat says put the shopping cart on the bike rack for fun. Mama Lighthouse says agreed, at Marazil Wiki.
Oh no.
Lunacy 494 says need some
Damn.
now. Think Harbor
The lock washer was supposed to go on that one.
Brain Surfer says not complaining, but lol, I just got back from so many ads I forgot I was watching this channel.
Do I really want to take that completely off?
Says never read directions after it's installed. Donut Thief says a blunder.
Wow. Okay, well, guess I could take it off and put the lock washer, but it goes big washer, it goes lock washer.
Mikavalat says just go buy a lock washer. Secret City 19 says reads the directions after putting it together. Lol.
Okay.
Lunacy 494 says Harbor Freight probably sells lock washers. Mama Lighthouse asks forgive the woman comment, but you didn't read the instructions first? Kate
Instructions?
1992 says make sure you do it correctly to prevent some accidents.
Instructions. Stank pig. Stank pig.
Mama Lighthouse says, female sign. Max Struss says I'm gonna be working for a while. I got to go check on my laundry and get back to cleaning my house.
Nice.
I had to take a break.
No problem.
Anton Cesaro says looks like a nylon. They shouldn't need lock washers. Hard to see though. Mikavalat says instructions that's like pre-drilling. Harry Light says there might be a lock washer in the spare parts bucket. Hemi God asks when you trying out that metal detector?
Maybe tomorrow if I can get me a scooper. I need to get a scooper.
Secret City 19 says that thing is pretty wobbly, don't you think? Can probably find a Thule on Marketplace cheap. 1970 Brenda says, do you have an e-bike?
Yes, I do. I just gotta air up the tire. We might take the bike out tomorrow. We haven't taken the bike out in a long time. So, oh my God.
Says they
Not
sold
funny.
shovels in there.
Yeah, but it's a special scooper you use, not a shovel. It's like a scoop thing and you shake it and all the sand comes out, you know? If I metal detect, it'll be on the beach, not like...
Hemi God says a little garden scooper at Home Depot would work. Lunacy 494 says, sir, you forgot your cart. Donut Thief says forklift.
I need a way to tighten this up, so I'm looking for a...
Anton Cesaro says a kitty litter scooper. Fostito asks Poopa scooper.
Koopa scoopa.
Billy Bob says, well, if you get a new magnet.
Do they have those little wrench things here, like the ratchet wrenches? Have y'all seen those ratchet wrenches?
Like a big Poopa scooper. Secret City 19 says a Cooper with a sifter is what he's talking about. Mama Lighthouse says yes. Sloan says metal detect in a hood like magnet fishing. Secret City 19 says scooper.
Scoopa.
Mona says yes, I have a couple sets, not from here. Boopsman says what the fuck doing?
Oops, Mom.
Donut Thief says get you a set for the van. Mama Lighthouse says or used to. Bootsman says bunch of limp lickers in this store long.
Good lord. Okay. None of them fit.
Henry God says keg. Video says it's method. Manager with the answer says method. Video says jeans. Donut Cool Sniffer says move bucket keg. Me Carbolat says find a crescent wrench. Biopsy says me. At Marisol with Video Nipple says get a pair of channel locks. Firefly with stairs chunks. Donut Hole Sniffer says keg.
Damn, nothing fits these.
1970 Brenda says Madonna.
How does this even come off?
Bootsman says Boop and I were just in Harbour Freight a few weeks ago buying some car cleaning supplies.
Nice. How do you even take these off?
Lunacy 494 says just get a monkey wrench.
A monkey wrench.
Secret City 19 says just pick whatever works then return it when you're done. Long. G Money Gemini says get an unstable wrench. Donut Hole Sniffer says you pull it. Bootsman says lol at Secret City 19. G Money Gemini says adjustable wrench. Caveman 1333 says maybe look for an adjustable spanner. If that's what you even call them over there lol. Bootsman says this song is as old as the hills lol, old school music, I love it. Donut Hole Sniffer says you have vice grips, where are they?
Doing good.
Gutmate says see if
You
they
can
will
skip
loan you
it for
a
this,
couple
yeah.
wrenches. Mauler says if you get them, get curved tea for both.
Card.
I Intoxicated asks Relic, when is the last time you took a nap in the middle of the day?
It's been a while since I took it. No, I don't need a day.
Crescent wrenches aren't flat pieces.
Do I? What'd y'all say? Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much.
Did you want to
No. Thank you. This is only a couple dollars.
2004 says to stomach too nappy, you're always hungry.
It's only.
KSTN 104 says I want my balls stretched, ha ha.
Oh my god.
Donut Hole Sniffer says kek.
Seriously, right in front of a family. You had all that time to say that. You're gonna say it right in front of a family.
4 asks, can we go back in for bungee cords and a bike lock?
I have a bike
Donut
lock.
Hole Sniffer says me want Burger King kek.
Burger King cake.
Caveman 1333 says wow.
Wow, exactly.
Anton Chazaro says kek.
Wow.
Hemi God says lol. Alistair Fiend says I thought you had a toolbox in the van.
I do not.
Nightwolf 42077 says are you only metal detecting on the beach?
Yes. Oh no, I need 2 of them. I have no way to hold the other side.
Boobsman says holy fuck relic, it's really 96 degrees there. Grim Deviant says don't forget to show your balls some love with Testacuzzi. Caveman 1333 says kek. Hemigod says oops. Mauler says the Whopper is one of the best fast food burgers out there. Hemi God says head back in. Grim Deviant says if you know you know. Donut Hole Sniffer says art which sounds took away the Fortune test history.
Billy Bob says relic don't you have any tools?
Wow.
Gafleg asks how do you not have tools in the urbex?
Because I have took them all out.
Says got the relic psychic.
I had took them all out.
Lunacy 494 says hold one side with your teeth. Mara Zilwicki says this strip just get a small metric and standard socket set. Boobsman says I'm not sure how I feel about this dude's voice lol.
Lol.
Hemi God says get an adjustable wrench. Secret City
Isn't this an adjustable wrench?
Turn everything and start over. Alistair Fiend says AutoZone lends you a tool.
I need the tool anyway, so I'll just get it.
Donut Hole Sniffer says and charge your battery for free too. Hemi God says no.
PNZ says.
Bootsman says I script. Gafleg yells I love the way he says wow. Biopsy asks a sprinter is an athletic, so do you screw Taylor Swift onto them backwards?
Okay.
Legion 9874 says those are channel locks.
Billy Bob says who wants to bet how many Tims we're gonna go in Harbor Free today.
Grim Deviant says wrong type of wrench. Donut Hole Sniffer says that's more like a pip wrench. Donut Hole Sniffer says pipe. Michelle Griffith 2004 says that's my purse I don't know you. Axel Rump says those are channel locks, adjustable wrench is a crescent wrench. Gafleg says keck. Woodsy Webb asks pimp wrench. Alistair Fiend says channel locks can strip your nuts.
Oh Lord. You don't want that to happen.
94 says behind you.
Billy Bob says relic it can't be any worse than spending 3 hours in Home Depot.
Video Nipple says vice scripts. Plasma Sponges says get the set. Nicholas Ford says Fasty one. Alamander 70 asks do you have a permit to metal detect?
No, I do not.
Online and you may need to get a permit. Can somebody confirm this?
I don't think we need a permit.
1421 says vice grip. Alistair Fiend says LOL. Bootsman says lot of money sticking there with all these tools.
Doing good.
Bifiden says ASMR.
648 so we go. Did you want back for this one?
No, that's fine.
Firefly Wisp says you want to look for something that makes sure you get a good grip on your nuts.
Thank you. I'm trying my best to do that.
Says 2 hours later he finally looked at the crescent wrench.
Have a good day.
Manager says no permits needed in Texas on public beaches. Michelle Griffith 2004 says 2 deaf ones to sniff your donut hole.
Oh Lord.
Hesfire Scarlet says what doing?
What doing?
Hemi God says cake.
Cake.
Beanie says dude acts like he hasn't seen you before every time. Lunacy 494 asks did you need another lock washer? Reformed Panty says this guy means business relic.
Yeah.
JSTN 104 says that guy's venues look dry. Grim Deviant asks do you have a small toolbox put together for the van yet?
I've got one in my garage, which is doing a whole lot of good in the garage, huh?
What you found for 30 days. JSTN 104 says, did you see it?
Did I see what?
Bootsman says parking lot commentary for a few long. Caveman 1333 says rumor has it you needed 3K. Cole Tipple says if you take two death metal detecting the stream can be called sifting with sniffer. Grim Deviant says lol.
Sifting with sniffer.
JSTN 104 says his dry Venus. Firefly Wisp says the body rust on the back door doesn't seem good.
I wish I had more body rust.
Someone says I love you, Relic.
Love y'all too. Little more body rust would be nice, but that's about all it's got right now. I'll probably add some more later.
Kendall Hill 1 says a rusty back door sounds gross. Lunacy 494 says Terry's more rust on Relic than the van.
There we go. We definitely don't want this coming loose, you know what I'm saying?
He says clip the noises.
Says Relic is the OSHA proof.
Of course. 100% OSHA proof.
Some spray on rust. Caveman 1333 says warning attempted robbery. If anyone is nearby, please call 911 immediately.
What the hell?
Stinky Pinky says if your back door is rusty, you better start to eat more fiber.
Rusty back door. Let me tell you something. People used to make fun of my rusty back door. Oh my God.
2004 says Relic you're full rust. Max Struss says I have 2 more loads of laundry to do. I decided to wait until later to do more house cleaning.
Nice. Nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Masters. Get that house cleaning done. I'm gonna take my lock washer off of here because this one doesn't need a lock washer. I'll put that back on there. The other one has a lock washer.
Max Struss says, as I always say, don't do today what you can put up until tomorrow.
Yep.
Birdman 459 says a rusty back door sounds like that sold marks in them tighty whities. Lunacy 494 says now you need a bike hitch lock. Let's go to Harbour Freight to get one. Nicholas Falk says hi Wayne Uncle Vaplo 2 start.
Wayne Uncle, how you doing?
Billy Bob says no lock washer and watch it fall off now.
I'm gonna put the lock washer.
Wayne Uncle says Big Nick.
Why are you giving me such a hard time? Why? Just come out of there. It says put the lock washer, and I don't want to not put the lock washer, and then that freaking bike falls off down the freeway and
says we should go in a couple more
hurt somebody.
To see what this guy does.
Alright, let me look at the paper and see what side the lock washer is supposed to go on. Lock washer, then big washer. Okay. It's the lock washer, then the big washer. Goes in a lot easier the second time around. First time I was like, oh my God, I don't even know if it's supposed to fit.
Aussie 1960 Way Uncle Hello. Tempo Slow says Canardine per Hopi. Gafleg says that's what she said. Nicholas Ford says that's what she said.
Huh?
Billy Bob
Who?
says, Relic, instead of getting a rogue, why didn't you get a HP with a keeper on the end load?
This is what came with it. I'm just using what came with it. You feel me? You feel me? Oh, there we go. So let me show y'all. You pop this out right here. I guess this tightens it up so it doesn't wiggle. Yeah, see, it doesn't wiggle now. So you take this right here and you pull this pin out and you pop it all around and you shake it all about, and then you pull this pin. You gotta let it loose. You just shake it on down, then you drop it like that caboose. Then you take your bike off and then you lift it up. This is so if you need to get into the back door of your truck. Yeah, I think it looks good. I think it's gonna work. Moving on around, and they put them in the dirt. Let's go, let's get it. We getting crazy, getting with it. Coming around with my fitted on. Gotta get it on. It's getting warm. There we go. Nice. You just opened the door. What do you mean? What do you mean, how I'm a shower? I wonder if they have a trash can where I can put this. Where'd my key go? Oh, there it is.
Grimby says you do the pokey pokey and you spend yourself around and smoking so loud.
Start running out of room for all this stuff.
Says, oh, hell power just went down.
Wanna be a mauler, shot caller, 20-inch blade, only Impala. Call her, get late tonight. Push a roll tight, got spray bike, I hit the highway. Making money to fly away.
Giant Fool says Daniel can't corral that. Says way too down.
I didn't have any screws left over either. That's good. Normally when I build anything, I have screws left over. And extra parts.
94 says half fragments of trash cans. Let's go.
Do y'all have a place where I can throw this by any chance?
I have we have some in the back.
Okay. Thank you.
Firefly whistle says
Sticky Pinky says you almost had a rock washer.
Almost.
Iron Vulture says Relic always had a screw loose. Iron Vulture says has.
It would be nice if I could take this thing off without having to undo that bolt, you know? Like, if they had a little pin where I could just take the whole thing off without having to undo that bolt. But I don't think there's a way for me to do that. Now I gotta make sure when I back into stuff, I don't hit something. Because it does stick out about, what, 2 feet maybe? Like if I'm backing up, I gotta make sure I don't run that into something. It'd be nice if it folded down, you know, like if the bars folded down. But I don't think there's a way. No, there's no way for me to just take this off real easy because it screws in. Like if I'm going on a long trip and I'm not going to take the bike, I would probably just take this off and not leave it on.
Mama like
you know?
Says yes. Lunacy 494 says they probably have that pig and rather great. Biabsh Siabel says my name is Hi sir, at Iron Vulture. Nicholas Ford says if only you had a reversing camera.
I got a reversing camera, but that don't help
Stinky
you.
Pinky says relic. They make hitch locks that unlock and you just slide the pin out. No
Okay.
wrenches needed.
Alright.
Mama Lighthouse says LOL. Kendall Hill 1 says never stick anything out your back door.
I'm not good at judging distance.
Donut Thief says yeah, no doubt. Beanie asks it would be quick to take it off with a drill, right?
Yeah, I can take it off with a
Vulture
drill.
says relics sticks out 2 inches, not feet. Subtros says they have a hitch pin type thing. Guarantee they have one in there. Walmart has them for under $10.
Okay.
Guffleg says carry a battery power impact drill with a socket set. Donut Thief says if you're not taking the bike, no need to leave it on. Rodney Journal says get yourself the right side ratchet wrench and it's done in 2 minutes. Axel Rump says you could buy a hitch pin for it. Austin Frederick says eat damn it. Storm9R says these chicks don't even know the name of my van.
They don't even know the name of my van.
Bean says let's go back in. Creeps the Clown says went to an estate sale and scored a Halloween blow mold. Woohoo.
You blew who at an estate sale? What? I don't think that's the way you're supposed to get the product, Creeps, but if it works for you, that's fine. Who knew? Blew who? Brown cow. Say wow.
Iron Vulture says confirmed. Creeps blows. Mama Lighthouse says lol. Whiskey Pack 44 says the band's name is George. Creeps the Clown says I swear.
Stay in your car, 10-minute oil change.
Plasma Sponges says Creeps likes to blow great. Creeps the Clown says y'all are all fired. JSTN 104 says Sniffer. Lunacy 494 asks Harbor Freight sells hitch pins, can we go to one?
Stinky Pinky says Laura knows the name of your van.
Aussie 1962 says Creeps the Clown, what did you get?
PMD says Creeps will blow anyone for a steak low.
Whiskey Pack 44 says you can't fire me, Creeps. I quit. Nikos 1965 says I am back, sorry I was on the phone with the wonderful women. Whiskey Pack 44 says Donna. Lunacy 494 says so quiet, he must be pooping.
No, I'm dealing with some hot
Mama
stuff.
Lighthouse says isn't he getting a mouthful of meat doing just that?
What are y'all talking about? What is y'all talking about?
Beanie says Creeps is wishing he never came in now, ha ha. Mama Lighthouse says nothing, relic. Nikos 1965 says that Take 5 took and who? GT 940 says hi relic.
PMD says talking about how Creeps blows you for his meals relic. Haha.
Donut Hole Sniffer asks where is Creeps? Down south yells I'm off for the night. Catch you on the
Alright,
prep.
sounds good.
Have a great evening.
Sounds good down south. Thank you for being here.
Moldy, what now?
I'm sending messages to people at the hunt. I was already supposed to be there, so I'm trying to get them going with what we're working on. Jerry, thank you for the follow. Mike Nelson, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Stink Pig, thank you for the biddies. Choke, thank you for the follow. Day One, thank you for the resub.
Down south.
Sorry.
Stinky Pinky says I got some watermelon.
I was trying to send some messages.
1965 says later down south.
I was trying to send some messages.
Down south says relic 400.
It's hot. Alright.
PMT says so, then go do what you got to do at the horns.
GT 940 says hi relic. Plasma Sponges says not as hot as your shaved legs. Donut Hole Sniffer says creeps, where are you Peck? Relic Army for Life says your vibes are always so amazing.
Okay. I just sent the messages. We're good now. I do have to pee.
See you all tomorrow.
Thank you,
Hopefully
Fortnite.
a bike ride on the seawall and metal detecting.
Maybe if I can get a scooper.
Mama Lighthouse says I don't know. At 2 Def 2.
If I can get a scooper, we'll see.
Billy Bob says, should I clean today or tomorrow?
You should clean all the time, 24/7. 24/7. You should be cleaning. 24/7. Somehow I just ended in first gear. What the hell? I thought this was automatic.
Mama Lighthouse says oh, right on the 2 Def 2 here. Mama Lighthouse asks, can we hear it? Delusionism says a scooper for the pooper. Mama Lighthouse says oh, okay. Nightwall 42077 says get a kitty litter scooper, that's what I did.
Yeah, but they got the ones that are they got the ones that are more ergonomic and they're on a stick, so you're not bending over the whole time. I'm not trying to be bent over all day long.
Bell says Pooper is starting driving at Delusionism. Lunacy 494 says let's try the metal detector in the car lot.
We'll find a bunch of rebar. We'll find a bunch of rebar.
Relic Army 4 Life says your vibes are always so amazing.
Thank you, Fortnite.
Mama Lighthouse says if Donna is on mobile,
I appreciate it. Donna is on mobile.
Mr. Boy 83 says happy birthday, Relic.
Mr. Boy, thank you so much.
Plasma Sponges says oh, metal.
Metal.
Henry God says maybe it's at Flea Scooper might work.
Flea Scooper.
Plasma Sponges says oh, it was just the train. Nikos 1965 says Relic, can I drive, you look tired.
What happened to my freaking camera?
Says I wouldn't want to be bent over all day long either. Lunacy 494 says Willie can help you find the bar part of rebar.
Yep.
Yeah, Buddy 91 says Relic is retired now from being bent over all day.
Oh my god, y'all know what I mean.
Says a metal sand school.
What the hell?
Henry God says sand flea rake.
Sand flea rake.
Ted 24 says where we headed.
We're headed back towards the haunt area. Towards the haunt area. Haunt area.
Lunacy 494 says get a garden shovel and a food strainer.
A food strainer.
Suzy Q says see you later.
Suzy Q Thank you. Have a good day.
77,002 says, can we pick up a nice CEE?
Pick up a what?
Set 24 says, does this mean stream is empty?
Not right now. We still gotta. We're still.
Asks, are we watching at the haunt?
We're still a ways away. We're still away on the other side of the city. I do need.
77,002 says, nice CEE.
I wish I could fit in a Sonic drive-thru. I would like a Diet Coke with their crushed ice that they have. The Sonic ice is so damn good. I don't know if I can fit in a Sonic drive-thru or not. And Sonic has happy hour, half-price drinks.
77,002 says cherry limeade.
Cherry limeade, so good too. I wish they had it in a sugar-free option.
Henry God says it's National Chicken Wing Day.
National Chicken Wing Day.
970 Brenda says agree on Sonic Nice. Lunacy 494 asks, thought you lost weight in keto.
I did.
77,002 says 2 to 4 happy hour.
That's how I did it. With keto.
9,874 says strawberry or cherry limeade.
Cherry limeade. Cherry limeade.
Green says they are always half price if you order on the app.
Are you serious? I didn't know that. Always have price if you order on the app? That's some good savings.
Mama Lighthouse says, I thought it was a sound command. My bad. 77,002 says, I did not know that of complained.
That's a good.
32 says August 5th is National Mustard Day. Skittles is coming out with a mustard flavored Skittles.
Mustard flavored? Ugh.
Lunacy 494 asks if you lost weight and you still can't fit at Sonic.
Yep, still can't fit.
I saw a countertop ice maker that made that ice. I'm seriously thinking about buying one.
Yeah, that ice is so good.
77,002 says ha ha ha. Lunacy 494.
That ice is so good.
Mama Lighthouse says lol. Hemi God says lol.
Hemi God says lol.
Goth Girl 127 says Amazon has Sonic drink mixes.
Really? They have freaking everything. I saw in the store the other day they had like the Hooters wing sauce.
You could always get a diet cherry limeade. They have them.
I didn't think they had those. Diet cherry limeade, they have those. Is that a stealth van? It's got a lot of windows.
Nikos 1965 asks Goth Girl when he'll be back in New York. Biosh Sibel says sitting beside and wishing me my plus the mechanics, another cup of coffee.
Nice.
C494 says I only make some inflated the tires, just put in the battery and no pumping. Oh wait, that's your favorite part. Wake up Steezy yells, just bought my first car yesterday.
Congratulations!
Stalker Mom says yes. I get a diet cherry limeade all the time.
Diet cherry limeade? That sounds so good.
Are we lost headed to now?
We're not lost. We are not lost.
PMD says, sorry, but too dead to hear I missed it.
Whiskey Pack 44 says doesn't look very stealthy.
Damn stealth man got a bicycle on the back of it. What kind of stealth does he think he got going on there? Not very stealth. I'll probably keep the back rack for like local stuff, Galveston stuff, bike rides. I don't know if I really want to take the bike rack. I don't know if I really want to take the bike rack if I'm going off to do a urbex. Because I won't really be riding the bike a lot anyway if I'm going to do urbex, you know? I think for the urbex.
There's a river has to be near where we could park and live down there.
Uh-huh.
Plasma sponges says Cat.
But I do need a way to transport the bike.
Donut Thief says makes sense.
That way I
God says stacked back rack attack.
That way I stay stealth for my urbex, you know.
Lunacy 494 says Sonic's over here, drive-thrus.
Yep. I don't know if I can fit. They got that little bar sometimes. I came in like a wrecking ball. Oh, there's a Sonic right there. You said diet cherry limeade they have? Well, let's check this out.
77,002 says you can fit through a drive-thru. Says yes. Donut Hole Sniffer asks how long before we are to the haunt.
It's a little while.
God says you a little bar. Let's get a drink. Donut Hole Sniffer says I'ma play a song if it's a good ride to there.
It's a ride, yeah. It's a ride.
77,002 says yes, finally something.
Do y'all have diet cherry limeade? A large diet cherry limeade?
Sarah Sox says, dang, now I'm craving a Sonic drink too. 1,970
and a 6-piece mozzarella
says 389 drinks plaza. 77,002 says approach slowly relic. Lunacy 494 says diet cherry limeade is made with diet Sprite. Mama Lighthouse says lol. Donut Hole Sniffer says okay, I'll play after the drive-thru. Mama Lighthouse says yes, at Snickerstad.
James says Sonic is the best place for drinks.
Snickerstad says, Dad, please order me 10 large French fries and tater tots.
That's it? Yes.
Biopsia Bell says plus 49, 361.
That's it.
Donda. Snickerstad says RIP chicken wings.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. I got me some mozzarella sticks too. Some mozzarella sticks. Ooh, clearance 9 feet.
James says they have good corn dogs too.
Hopefully I don't hit this thing.
Snickerstad says 10 tater tots.
We good.
Mama Lighthouse says, did they used to have chicken wings at Snickerstad?
Chicken wings. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna.
Snickerstad says it's National Chicken Wing Day at Mama Lighthouse. He was going to get buy one get one free.
Can you speak a little louder? I'm half through with my phone.
Huh?
Mama Lighthouse yells, oh, okay. Cool. Wall says chicken wing, hot dog and bologna.
Hot dog and bologna.
77,002 says August 8th is National Whataburger Day. Lunacy 494 says Fred Sanford is in the back. Donut Hole Sniffer says, why does the Twitch sounds keep taking away the damn history test plays? Snickers Dad says boneless wings are a scam. Stripe 7 says creepy van looking for kids. Aussie 1962 says we are preparing for another thunderstorm and high winds, all stores shut down, no power. Plasma Sponges says free candy. War Lyric says Applebee's honey barbecue boneless wings are not a scam. Plasma Sponges says Candy Van. War Lyric says maybe all the other ones are. Twinks7 says Sketchy Ice Cream Man. Snickers Dad says Mr. Sonic, do you know the way to Harbor Freight? We're lost. This blurred driving keeps going in circles. Mama Lighthouse says send it my way, at Aussie 1962 we're missing rain up here.
Scarsburg, thank you for the 300 biddies.
Scarsburg cheered. X300.
Now, how does this not fit? I've got 4 inches to play with.
Wow.
Relic 4 bitties, 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 relic 4 bitties. Any God said Mama Lighthouse says it's Scarsburg.
My name is Optimus Prime.
Aussie 1962 says Mama Lighthouse wish I could.
Hopefully we're thinking about a 47 months.
Monster says get me a cookie and cream shake. Mama Lighthouse says me too, at Aussie 1962. Henry God says sorry. War Lyric says lol. Henry God says damn it. Snickers Dad says relic 4 boobos, 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 relic 4 boobos.
What the hell?
4 boobos, relic 4 boobos. Jonut Hole Sniffer says someone ban the emote spammer. Mama Lighthouse says act tofu for you.
Donut Hole Sniffer says cake.
Donut
Hole Sniffer says cake.
Now I'm in the mood for mozzarella sticks. The Python says relic 4 lava cakes, relic 4 lava cakes.
Thank you so much.
Jonut Hole Sniffer says please do not start this crap.
So let me try the Diet Cherry Limeade. I didn't even know they had this in Diet.
Says cake.
Oh my God. Are y'all sure this is Diet?
Cookie Monster says someone leak the new Kiki Moat. Plasma
oh my!
Says what is why
let me make sure this is Diet, because there is no way this is freaking Diet.
Says yeah. Jonut Hole Sniffer says
holy crap!
77,002 says lol.
This is Diet, right?
Yes.
Okay, because it tastes amazing. That's why I'm asking. All right.
Lunacy 494
holy moly!
Says it's Diet Sprite.
It's Diet
Jonut
good.
Hole Sniffer says they fixed it.
That is good.
Up Thief says Diet. 77,002 says what is in town.
What you talking about?
Cloud Crow says it's fake sugar. Storkinilmon says it is. Diet Sprite with Diet Cherry flavor. Bifidon says to Diet 4.
I was sitting here one time and I just did this right in front of the camera. Just look at that. Oh yeah. Nice and gooey. All in your face. Look at that. Oh yeah. Delicious.
Diet with sugar. Vibe Seabell says John Player Special. John Carmack. Quake to Arena. At Snickers Dad. 77,002 says Isolate. Bifidon says Party Parrot Piano Time.
James says cherry limeade is my go-to when I go
damn it!
Diet Cherry Limeade.
Says oh baby. Moveset 24 says what did you get?
Hey
Plasma Sponges says yeah. Green says Mass Sticks.
Mozzarella.
Mama Lighthouse says reminds me I need to go check on the boys. Green
Mozzarella.
says so good.
Mozzarella sticks.
Says extra cherries in too.
Man.
Shop 41 says so please get the white goo out of our face. Cookie Monster says it has Sprite Zero in it. Alamanda 70 says to bread your mozzarella stick.
It is good. Man. Very good. mozzarella stick. Now I'm seeing all kinds of oil change in places. Quick car oil change. Wagyu. I got a cherry limeade. A sugar-free cherry limeade.
77,002 says 12 squirts of syrup in the clouds. Mama Lighthouse says maybe you could make something like that at home. Relic. Jonathan Sniffer says I like White Castle's onion chips long.
Onion chips? What are onion chips?
Moosehead 24 says what is that? Plasma Sponges says what is YOU Tambound?
What you talking about?
Joe 10R10 says hello everybody.
Hello Joe.
Jonathan Sniffer says what is you about? Caked at 1992 says website says diet cherry flavor and Sprite Zero.
Okay.
77,002 says what is YOU Tambound? Nightwolf 42077 says White Castle is home.
Sniffer.
Lunacy 494 says this is the same street we were on earlier looking for oil change places.
Sniffer.
Mama Lighthouse says howdy, and Joe 10R10. J Warrior says hood baby.
Hood baby. Sniffer. Sniffer. Hood baby. Sniffer.
Jonathan Sniffer says a song for the road, y'all.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. He didn't do it. Thought he was about to jump out in front of us. Damn donkey.
Pansy says hi, big guy.
Hi, Potty Mouth.
Mama Lighthouse says poor Henry gone.
This is
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The only ones that understand when your day is messed up and really bad and everything feels like it's coming to an end. Keep your head up, it'll get better day by day. Don't let the negativity...
Let me see them relic armies. Let me see them hugs.
I'm surrounded by the relic army. I'm a soldier in the relic army. When we stand together, nothing can harm
Cheese stick is delicious.
side by side, shoulder to shoulder, soldiers. Let the music control ya. I'm a soldier in the relic army. When we stand together, nothing.
Let's go, y'all.
Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, soldiers. Let the music control ya. It's Monday afternoon. I'm chilling in my room. I know the Relics broadcast is about to be coming soon. It's been a long day, full of bad stress.
Sometimes I feel like I just want to take my last breath. Omega Monday Live. I'm about to lose my mind. Let's go, y'all. Let the music control ya. I watch your every move.
I saw that special the other day
when you were on the news.
I even bought your shoes so I could look like you. I'm getting better, but the
doctors don't even have a clue why it's taking place at such a rapid pace. The cancer's gone away and smiles are back up on my face. Now I'm feeling better. I had to write this letter to let you know you mean more to me now than ever.
I'm a soldier in the relic.
Let's go, y'all.
When we stand together,
let's go.
Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, soldiers.
Let the music control ya.
I'm a soldier in the relic army. When we stand together, nothing can harm me. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, soldiers. Let the music control ya.
Every single fan means the world to
to me. I read your messages at night when the world's asleep. Some are crazy, some are sad, and some worry me. Lost your job, lost your dad, had major surgery. But you choose to be positive and still believe. And when we come together, there's nothing that we can't achieve. Relic army, stand proud, tall and spread your wings. Let me hear you sing. Come on, let me hear you sing.
Damn, there's another Sonic.
In the relic army, when we stand together, nothing can harm me. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, soldiers. Let the music control ya. I'm a soldier in the relic army. When we stand together, nothing can harm me. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, soldiers. Let the music control ya. Let the music control ya. Let's get some hype, y'all. Get some hype up in here. Get some hype up in here.
Kid did 1992 says clap.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in her, up in her. Y'all gonna make me act a fool.
See you later.
Up in her, up in her. Y'all gonna make me lose my cool. Up in her, up in
Johnny
her.
Pants 76 says let the music enroll your cause nobody controls. It's for like a song.
James says Relic 4 Army, Relic 4 Army.
Cutesby 6663 says are we ever going to do karaoke again?
Probably not because
74 says we got the pizza dude coming along.
Probably not because they freaking ban you. I mean, you get copyright strike whenever you do that.
PRPLGRL67 says bye everyone.
I will see y'all in the morning.
Long the Lighthouse says thank you.
I'll see y'all in the morning. We're gonna start off on Kick and then move over to Twitch like we do most of the time. Hopefully I'll be on earlier. Today we didn't start till like 10 o'clock, I think. 10:30, something like that.
More.
Did you hear about Shook?
No.
He has coronavirus. He's currently in the hospital and they're trying to get him moved to Shanghai because where he's at in Thailand, the medical treatment is terrible.
What? How the hell did he get the coronavirus?
Because
sharing the content. Thank you for going to the YouTube and always help support me on Twitter and everything, or X or whatever the hell it's called now. I appreciate y'all so much. And thank y'all so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning. Hope y'all have a good day. New Orleans has its own feel. It does. Is this a restaurant? Oh no, that is not.